Trish Bodie,
Here.
Aaron Johnson, Grace Barber Jordan,
Aaron's here. Sorry, I was
Here.
muted.
Gloria Gonzalez Chalakia,
Here.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Jim McKay,
Here.
Pamela Wagner.
Here. Awesome. I now call to order the April 16th, 2020 regular board meeting of the Leander Independent School District Board of Trustees. We are meeting this evening under the authority of the Governor's Office via video conference to advance the public health goal of limiting face-to-face meetings to slow the spread of the coronavirus COVID-19. I am thankful for our Texas Governor Greg Abbott for providing these avenues for local government to maintain critical functions. I'd also like to thank our administration and technology staff for making the technology possible for the board to meet in this manner. This meeting is being live streamed on the LISD website and recorded. The recording will be made available to the public. Additionally, members of the public who seek to exercise their right under state law to address the board on an item on the agenda for tonight's meeting have the ability to do so in the manner listed on the notice for this meeting. As I've said before, I'm in awe daily of the heroic efforts of our staff and community and very thankful for our supportive Leander ISD family, including our parents and teachers. I will say again, we are better together, even when it's virtual. And even though we are in uncharted territory, we're going to keep moving forward as our foundation is still the same. For tonight, we come together working on items critical for the district to deliver instruction and resources for our over 42,000 students. We are now moving into what I would say is the next phase of our meetings. If you'll notice tonight at the agenda, we're going back to a structure of an agenda review with discussion this evening and further discussion and action on certain items at our following meeting. There's also discussions that we were in the middle of when COVID-19 arrived. You should be prepared to pick up those conversations and anticipate from administration the request for action or votes starting next month and following on those issues. So for tonight, this is an agenda review meeting. The primary purpose of the meeting is to review the listed agenda items in preparation for the regular board meeting on Thursday, April 23rd. The only action expected at this meeting tonight is on noted items under action pursuant to closed section of the agenda. In all these decisions, our ultimate focus continues to be student well-being and the provision of excellent educational services. The decisions may look different as they attempt to address various stages of learning from distance to in-person on campuses over a certain period of time. But we are here tonight to start going through our agenda review. So the next two items on the agenda is pledge and moment of silence. That'll be held at our April 23rd regular meeting. So we will now proceed to citizens' comments. I'm told we do not have anybody that has signed up. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, very good. We will now continue with communications. Dr. Gehring, do you have any communication items for the board?
Good evening, everybody. Madam President, thank you very much. I just want to recognize the incredible work that's going on across Leander ISD. I want to thank personally the Board of Trustees for your incredible support and the very strong leadership and decision making that you've taken and made over this very challenging time. I think we're in the best possible shape we could be because of the work that you're doing, but also because of the work that the administrative team, our teachers, our principals, and our teachers, our staff, our child nutrition workers, our maintenance workers, our custodians, everybody is really back at work full time and working remotely in a completely new situation. We've adapted quickly. I won't say we've adapted easily, but we have adapted. And I just want to express my thanks to everybody for the incredible work they're doing. It's been great in the last week or so to start to reconnect with students and with families and start to understand some of the situations that are out there in the district as we start to try to solve individual problems for folks. And so I want to thank our students and our families too for their patience in this process. And for the great work that they're doing at home in a new environment, and yet together in a sense, even if it's just electronically. So we look forward to what's going to happen over the next several weeks as we remain closed, and we're anxiously waiting to hear what the governor has to say tomorrow. to see just exactly where we're going to end up. And with that, I turn it back to you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gehring, and thank you very much to the district. Board members, do you have any opening comments? Alexis, I think you had.
Yeah, so I have an update from the LEAF board, and they have partnered with Hill Country Ministries, and they have established a LEAF emergency fund in order to help teachers and staff and students who might be in need of utility payments or food or necessary school related items. And so there is a link on their LEAF ISD Facebook page or on the website, and it's a special dedicated fund that will help our students and our staff in this time of the COVID crisis.
Board members, any other remarks? All right. I would like to say that I have been able or am fortunate enough to be able to participate in several Texas and Central Texas Trustees Zoom conference calls. And the overwhelming sentiment, and I think y'all gotten some of those notes, is that accountability set by trustees might look different when you're going to remove the star. Yes, we're all like, yes. During the CTSBA conference call, it was evident that as trustees, we have an opportunity to ask, what does accountability look like now? And at the start of a school year without STAR test scores. And that question may reveal more of how we really want to address student outcomes for student learning and student well-being. I also like to say I'm very thankful for the administration who spent their evening quality time actually at the end of their very busy week to be on the Central Texas School Board Association calls and for the trustees who are able to join. All right, we will now move into the next part of our agenda. Dr. Gehring, you have an update on the coronavirus and COVID-19.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm going to share my screen with you, if you'll just give me a minute.
And as you're setting that up, I should tell trustees, we'll have later in the agenda a discussion specifically on remote learning. So we can focus on that in more detail as we move to that part of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just want to check with everybody that you can see my screen. All right, very good. So the purpose of this presentation is to update the Board of Trustees on where we are with the COVID-19 epidemic, and of course, Leander ISD's response to that epidemic. Just a quick few reminders about the work that the board has been doing on the governance part of this. We had an emergency board meeting, of course, on March 19th that started some of this. That was during spring break. We had passed a resolution regarding the delegation of authority during emergency. I wanted to update the board and make sure that you knew that we have not used any of those powers besides the pay and the premium pay portions. And in fact, you'll hear in a little bit that the premium pay portions have now ended on April 6th, and we're now only using the pay piece of that as we've returned all of our employees to remote work. We have tried to keep our regular communication up as much as possible. We had a regular board meeting on March 26th and took care of some business, although in a very streamlined fashion. I want to thank the board for that regular meeting. We also then had a special called board meeting on March 31st. This is where we asked the board to approve all employees returning to distance work on April 6th. And also we passed a resolution regarding our GPA and rank in class, which temporarily modified and suspended parts of policy EIC local. I want to thank the board specifically for the strong leadership you took in this area. I know that this was a very difficult decision for us to make. We don't 100% know the impacts of all of this as we pass through time. But I do appreciate the ability of the board to take a strong stand in this particular issue and to make sure that our students are protected as much as possible as we go through this very challenging time. You also passed an amendment to the resolution regarding delegation of authority that then made sure that any waivers that we applied for with the state, we brought back to the board for, we made sure that the board ratified as soon as possible after they were passed. We continue with our conference calls. We have an LISD internal call at 8 a.m. on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. There is a Williamson County call at 11 a.m. They are moving now to Mondays and Fridays only. Our teaching and learning team meets on a regular basis. We're participating in the TEA commissioners calls on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 3 p.m. And we also have a group of Central Texas superintendents who are meeting together as needed now, as things start to settle down a little bit. We're not meeting as often as we were. We do also have a group chat with that superintendent group as we keep up to date with things like what superintendents and boards are contemplating in regards to budget planning for next year, and raises and things like that. Of course, there are multiple campus level meetings happening with our principals and their teams, with teams of teachers and PLCs, and all of those necessary calls that have to go on to make sure that learning continues to happen for our students. To give you a little bit of situational awareness, this is the slide that we showed on March 26th about the number of cases and the details regarding that. And I just wanted to compare that to what the numbers look like today. You can see a significant change over time, and not a very long period of time, just a little over 2 weeks, a significant change in our situation in terms of the number of cases all over. We do not know right now exactly how many cases we have, but we continue to monitor those as carefully as possible. Some of the cases that we are aware of are folks who have not been in contact with any students or any other employees for more than 2 weeks, and so we feel confident that they are not having district employees or district students at this time. Just understanding what this actually in terms of the number of cases and how these change over time. These are the global numbers, just to give you a visual of how exponential the coronavirus is and what it looks like. We have, of course, suspended normal operations until May 4th, and that was after Governor Abbott issued his last order. We continue to assess the current landscape. We know that Austin Travis County has their shelter in place order until May 8th, which is a week later. Williamson County is still until May 4th. We are awaiting on Governor Abbott tomorrow to make an announcement regarding schools. We're not quite sure what he will say, but I wanted to pause for a second and see if there was any discussion from the board, if there was any direction or discussion you wanted to have anticipating the governor's announcement tomorrow.
I'm not anticipating the governor, or I don't have a clue what he's going to say, but I did hear President Trump today, his doctor, Dr. Breck, say that if schools are closed, they're to remain, they are to stay closed. We're not supposed to go back. So I don't know if the governor trumps Trump or Trump trumps the governor, but we probably need to look at what the national mandate has been. And it just happened like an hour or so ago. It's pretty new.
And I'd like to jump in real quick in reference to the numbers that we've seen for Williamson County. One of the things that we're somewhat concerned about at Williamson County is the low numbers fueling this belief that this really isn't that big of a deal, and this stay-at-home order is overkill and overreach, and the sooner we get back out amongst everybody, the better. Quite honestly, that couldn't be further from the truth. The reason that Williamson County is experiencing such low numbers is because Williamson County got out ahead of this in terms of placing restrictions and limitations on travel and stay-at-home orders. And I've seen some data that shows that 1 week earlier has had a profound impact on the reduction in number of cases. And also, it's important to remember that the cases that we see today are the cases that we know of, right? And we're only testing those that are showing symptoms. So I just want to put a caution out there that because Williamson County has relatively low numbers, that is in no way an indication that the worst is over and it's okay to start congregating in groups, and that this may have been an overreaction. It's actually quite the opposite. So I just want to make sure that for those that may be listening in the audience, that they understand that fully.
I'll just add a couple of quick comments. One thing in the data that I keep watching that surprised me a little bit today was that based on the data that's come in so far, there are more new cases in the US today than any other day during the pandemic. So pretty significant spike from what had appeared to be a downward trend in new cases. I don't know what the governor will say tomorrow, but I think we all recognize that this school year is very, very likely going to be completed in a remote fashion, given all that's going on around us. And so I think we recognize that likelihood. I think our community essentially expects that result, however we get there. I don't know that there's a need for us to try and prejudge what the governor will say. I think we just continue to follow the direction that we receive and take appropriate action.
I have a couple of questions, and before we move on, and Dr. Gearing, you can let me know if this is something that you'd rather discuss when we're talking about our learning. As I've been looking over what other school districts are doing in regards to grading, I feel more and more confident that I think we did the right thing. I think what we did is fair to our students and fair to our teachers. I am disappointed that other school districts have gone with a different type of system. And I was just looking over the board meeting notes for another school district that's nearby that had their meeting last night. And they are still allowing grades. And so now we have two school districts around us that are allowing grades in what they call like a no harm type of grading system, where everyone has the opportunity to increase their grade. And the rationale is that not letting them increase their grade will hurt their GPA, hurt their scores, hurt them moving forward. I know there's been some talk about the NCAA when they look at, specifically NCAA, when they look at scholarships for students. When something comes in as a pass fail, they automatically, in their scholarship system, anything that's designated as a pass is given a 70. And of course, I called and they said, given this situation and this time, what they will be asking is for school districts to send to them how we want to quantify. What is the numerical grade that we're giving to that pass? So that made me think about, some of the school districts I've, been looking at are talking about, should it be pass fail, or should it be 100 fail, or should it be 100/incomplete? If we had to give a numerical number for that pass to NCAA or any other or agency, what number would we give them? Surely we wouldn't want to give them a 70 for our students. Do we give them an 80? I think we should give them better than an 80. I mean, I think as a school board, we should be looking at how to put our students, Leander ISD students, in the best possible position moving forward. And I'd like for every college, for every scholarship, for every program to say, we're not going to use the GPA, we're not going to use grades for this semester. And I think a lot of them aren't going to, but there's still going to be pockets of different ones that are looking at the grades for this semester. And so I just want us to know, have we considered how we're going to respond to NCAA? Like, what would be the numerical value that we would assign to that pass? Or did we consider a system of giving 100 and incomplete, and how we're going to deal with that for all of our students moving forward? There are some private family foundation scholarships. How do we know that each one of those organizations is going to look at this semester and say, I'm not going to count this semester, I'm going to take this out of their transcript? And these other districts that are very close in proximity to our school district that are allowing students to increase their GPA during this time, how do we know that they're going to go pull those out? I'd like to know how we're going to address that. And I'd really like to hear from other board members, what are their thoughts on that, and how they think we should make sure that we're taking care of our students in the best way.
Thank you, Gloria. If I can respond first, and then I'd also like to hear from others. The NCAA issue we have been talking about significantly, and I know Dr. Benz and his team have reached out to the NCAA to try to determine what exactly we need to do to make sure that we're not hurting our students in any way, because that's the last thing that we want to do. I agree with your first statement that we've made a good decision for the majority of our students. I think there will be some situations that are unavoidable where, and I think there's going to be some situations I think that we don't even know about yet that are going to be impacted by the decision that we've made. However, I think we did have to make a decision in the best interest of the majority of our students, and we've tried to do that. We will try to continue to work with any significant situations that arise on a case-by-case basis to try to manage what those look like. I think you and I had this conversation already, but really in my mind, the only way to really make this fair for everybody is if the state were to say, this is how we're doing it for everybody. Because if individual school districts are making different decisions, then I think it becomes impossible for institutions, either higher ed institutions or scholarship programs or any others who are looking at GPA specifically, to make those individual choices. So we'll continue to have those conversations. I think that conversation of how do you put a number on pass is an interesting one. And I know Dr. Benson and his team will continue to have that conversation as we go forward. I'd like to hear from other board members.
So this is pretty much what I had voiced as a concern in our last meeting about what does our decision look like in terms of other districts using it to their advantage to place their students in a what could only be described as an unfair advantage over our students, right? So, Dr. Goering, I think you're spot on. I think this is something that the state is going to have to weigh in and level that playing field, because at the end of the day, it's simply, whether we're talking about one NCAA opportunity or we're talking about widespread admissions issues, an unfair advantage for any student in any district is an unfair advantage that the others do not get to have, correct? So I really think that that this is something that needs to be addressed at the state. My question would be, maybe this is for Madam President, how do we get that concern raised at the state level? So, but yeah, to Gloria's point, this is exactly what we were talking about last time we had this discussion.
I'll just jump in there real quick. We did also have a conversation this week with one of our partners, the E3 Alliance, and they are meeting on a regular basis with Commissioner Morath. And that is one of the things that they agreed that they would take forth to Commissioner Morath is the inequity of certain districts doing this differently. And so I think we do have the conversation started at some level, and we intend to follow through with them to make sure that we're reaching out to to the right authorities to make sure that this happens the right way.
And Bruce, and all the great, Dr. Gehring, and all the great information that you send and update the trustees with, perhaps you can include this conversation in those updates as well, as far as what's going on with E3, or has a district made any decision? To Jim's point, in a regular session, you'd say, well, let's look at legislation, but May's right around the corner, and so are scholarships. So I think if there can be something done, if E3 Alliance has a thought and they're in conversations with the commissioner, that may be the quickest conversation. But it would be good to be able to know kind of how those conversations are progressing as well.
Can I ask one other question before we go to our other board members? Because I want to also, if they can address this question, but probably Dr. Gehring first. What would be the harm, or have we considered then, why not consider a 100 / incomplete? And if TA comes in and says, no, we're levying, everyone's going to get the same, then it's a moot point. But if TA doesn't come in and do that, then we know that we've taken care of our students and at least put them in the best situation for the value of that pass, if that makes sense.
Okay, are you there, Dr. Gehring? Can we hear you? Oh, there.
I apologize. I think I'm back. I think I dropped off for a second.
You did, but you're there now.
Okay, thank you. Very good. I think, Gloria, we have to consider very carefully the implications of issuing grades of 100 to every student on a blanket basis. And so I'm going to have to consult with our team a little bit and make sure that I understand what those implications are. But we'll certainly pose that question and do some research on that and get back with you.
And I would add that on its face, I would not be in favor of 100 / incomplete. I think that's contrary to the message that we're trying to say, in that, hey, we need the state to step in and level the playing field. And just because someone else is doing it doesn't make it right for us to do it, in my opinion. I think there's a higher road in doing what we think is right, as well as right by our students, but then look to our state leadership to make the final determination in terms of leveling the playing field. I think in the long term, if you have some that do and some that don't, and the state decides to stay out of it, I cannot imagine that these schools, by and large, are going to pass on incredible talent, knowing that this semester of grades is suspect just because of what we're describing. Some are doing it one way, or some are doing it the other way. So I would rather us stay the course, do what we know is right, and put the pressure on the state to level the playing field. That's just my opinion.
I was waiting for any other board members, and I don't see y'all coming off of mute. Gloria, thank you for bringing up. Oh, there goes Aaron.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to add that I think it may be a little bit too much to assume that the commissioner of the state is going to step in to force a grading policy statewide. That doesn't sound to me like something that the education commissioner is likely to want to do. I think we need to figure out how to solve this for our own students. I wasn't a particular fan of this approach when we talked about this last time, because of some of the complications that are likely to ensue when we deviate from a pretty well tested and well adopted grading policy. So anything that changes from what we've known historically is going to create winners and losers. And any additional changes we make at this point is going to create more winners and more losers. And so I think it's challenging for us to take this up again. I think the better action is perhaps to help ensure that the right conversations happen with the right folks where issues have been created. Certainly creates an opportunity for our students to articulate what happened in their experience, right? Not everybody who they need to talk to may be ready to hear that message, but there usually are opportunities to express those experiences.
Yes, and I will add to that to say that we are initiating conversations with students starting next week for exactly the purpose of feedback, not specifically only about grading, but just about the experience that they're having right now in this new emergency remote learning. And so we will certainly be asking them questions about their experience with what's happening with remote learning and what's happening at home, and also the impact that these grades will have on them. So I'm sure we'll get some great feedback from students as we go through those conversations next week. We're also, as part of that series, having a conversation with our faculty, and I think we need to make sure that we keep in mind the impact that all of this has on them, and the fact that they're having to operate under very stressful circumstances in order to make sure that students have what they need in terms of learning. And so we will absolutely keep you up to date as we start to hear more feedback from our students and their families, and also from our faculty.
Right. So then, Dr. Gehring, if you can keep us up to date on those conversations, the ones with E3 as well, that would be good to follow. Gloria, I appreciate you bringing this question up and us, the board members, having a robust discussion. The other thing that Gloria had asked Dr. Gehring, maybe we can get it out in a memo to trustees, just kind of what discussions have already had, or kind of where administration's leaning, or why they're leaning in a particular direction, to kind of help inform if we have anticipate future discussions.
Yes, thank you, Trish. When I talked to someone from the NCAA, and they said, well, they're going to leave it to individual school districts to contact them and let them know what is the point value that we want to associate with that pass, because by default, as they give scholarships in their system, when they receive a pass, it is noted as a 70. And they said, for this semester, we will need to contact them and let them know what point value, that we want to assign to that. And that was the first time it really made me think, like, we're going to have to submit some point value to that pass. Whether we think it's right or it's wrong, we're going to have to eventually, for all those students. And like Aaron said, I'm sure there's going to be other ones that come through, and I don't necessarily know if the 100 pass, or 100 incomplete is the right. I want to make sure that we're putting our students in the best possible situation come down that line. So just, if you can keep us informed, Dr. Gehring and Dr. Bunce, on those discussions and how we're moving forward, I'd appreciate it.
Trish, I've just got a point of order question. Are we even okay to be discussing grades with the agenda as it is? Are we covered?
Yeah, with a resolution that we did on the pass incomplete, and as a COVID resolution, that's where Gloria was bringing that back up in those discussions.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were covered, because as I scanned the agenda, it didn't look quite clear.
Don't want to go too far off, though, the beaten path. That's
right.
fair.
Thank you.
All right, board members, any other questions? All right, Dr. Gehring, do you want to continue on with the COVID update, the coronavirus update, how we're responding and what we're doing? That's actually quite a broad agenda topic, isn't it?
All right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Can you see my screen now? Are we on the right? This is hung up, I think. I apologize. I'll be with you shortly.
No problem. As you're gearing up, I'll give a
Sure.
heads up on one of my questions is I know anticipation is that graduations will look different. And so one of the questions I want to know is, have we told parents that we are definitely not doing the convention center graduation on those dates, that it may look different, but have we had any discussions on that? So that's just when we get there.
Yes, ma'am. We have not had discussions with our community or parents about graduation. We are in conversation with our principals, and John Graham, I believe, is on the call. And so I'll ask for John to step in now and share us a little bit of an update about what's happening with our child nutrition program, and he can certainly address that issue as well.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Gearing. As you can see, that we are still serving meals at our 4 feeding sites, Baghdad, Reed, River Place, and Running Brushy, and we still have our 31 staff working those sites on a daily basis. We are working very hard to ensure the safety and health of our staff, and we have implemented many measures to help keep the staff safe. We are serving on average around 3,400 meals a day. That's breakfast and lunch, and it's about pretty even every day. As I talk to Steve on a regular basis, it sounds like we've leveled out, and we have about the same amount of families coming each day. And so we are feeding, and it seems to be working very well at our feeding sites. Graduation, had a meeting yesterday with our high school principals on the topic of graduation. I was on a webinar today that TASB had on graduation to hear what was happening around the state. I have been in contact with the Cedar Park Center to look at alternative dates if we're not able to hold our graduation in May. I have 2 additional meetings scheduled next week with the high school principals. We are planning for many different types of options. We have started to research virtual graduation. We've been researching what a graduation could look like in June, July, and so we have not put any plans in place, but we are working very closely as a group to ensure that there is some type of way to honor our graduates. We believe, every one of us, that it is something that is essential that we provide some opportunity to celebrate our students. I think it would be very meaningful, and it's something they've earned. And so we are looking at every option. We do have some things that we are looking at, and I think as we will continue, we will have a very good plan in place to ensure that our students have that some type of ceremony to celebrate them. And as
So, Tom, can we talk about that for just a minute? Are you going to ask the board for their thoughts, or is this something you're just administration is bringing back?
So that always want to hear the board's thoughts, but we want to at least have some ideas from the principals. They know their students better than I do, and what feedback they're getting from their parents and their students. And so to get the 6 high school principals to come to some agreements is always something we want to look to. And so we've started the conversations, but we want to have feedback from all stakeholders. It's important we're meeting the needs of everyone.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we keep in mind that as important as walking is, the further along in summer you get, the closer these kids are going off to college. And this becomes less, not important, but just less of a priority to them, other than trying to get off to college and parents. And it just becomes a different time. So if we can't do it to July and August, and I realize that, I believe Austin or one of them is going to do an August graduation, and that's fine. I would really like to explore some options of how we could do it remote, how we can make it really special. something other than a really late graduation time, because I don't think we're going to have the attendance we think we're going to have if we do that. And there's just too many other things going on for these seniors going off to college. So I just wanted to throw that in.
Yes, ma'am. And that is something we may have based on the feedback that we receive from everyone. We may have multiple types of ways to celebrate our students to meet their needs. And a remote virtual type graduation has been an opportunity, something that we have been studying. And we have some of the companies that we already partner with that have been providing us some information on what that could look like.
John, given that you're talking about having stakeholder input and our original May date for graduation is quickly approaching, can you give me an idea on a timeline on how you're soliciting input, or kind of when you're expecting this decision to kind of formulate more or have more of a structure we can send out to parents?
So have not put anything in place on what feedback could look like. Like I said, we had a meeting this week with the high school principals. We have 2 meetings again next week. Based on that information, would want to, of course, take that to Dr. Gearing and Cabinet to solicit their feedback on the best ways to move forward. And so I think getting 2 more opportunities with the high school principals would help set the direction forward, so I could take that information back to Dr. Gearing and allow him to help us decide which direction we want to go.
I think also we'll get some more definitive direction once we know what the governor says tomorrow. You know, if the opportunity, if he closes school for the rest of the year, that helps us understand that we won't be doing graduation, and we'll move forward with proposing some alternative strategies. Right now, just a reminder that officially we're closed until May 4th, and we have canceled all of our April activities, but we have not canceled any May activities yet. And so I would like to wait until at least tomorrow to hear what the governor has to say.
Yes, sir. And that was the actual conversation we had with the high school. I had with the high school principals yesterday was, let's not start having too deep of conversations until we know what the governor may say tomorrow and what direction we may go as a school district.
Aaron, did you?
Yeah, I wanted to endorse Pam's earlier comments. I think the timeliness of our recognition is preeminent given the schedules of our graduating seniors, and even though the different activities that they've contemplated may change shape and form a little bit, they have plans and they're off to do things, including over the summer for some of them. So I would recommend that we're prepared to move pretty quickly on alternatives in the same time frame that we had originally planned, or very similar.
Is calendar on the agenda for the budget meeting on the 22nd? Could we just get that added? If not, that way if the governor takes action, we need to do anything, we can do it.
I don't see why not. Let me look at that. Grace, explain though more what you're talking about is actually putting on the agenda, talking about the graduation? Or...
No, I'm sorry. I was the point before that. Just if we need to adjust the calendar, if we need to make changes to what we're doing, that we can just put something general on the agenda to make changes based on what the governor recommends tomorrow.
Okay, I'll get with Dr. Gearing and see if we can't draft something for agenda language for that. Okay. Any other board comments? Dr. Gearing?
All right. Thank you very much. We'll continue quite quickly through some of this. We've heard before, we do have our nurses volunteering still at the YMCA. We have several who are signed up to volunteer with Williamson County, but have not been assigned a role yet. We have nurses doing screenings and medication returns, and we also have nurses assigned as we were doing our laptop distribution last week and this week. Dr. Bentz is going to update the board in more detail as part of the agenda later on, and so I'm going to pass quickly through this one. Human resources, we did have all of our employees return to remote work on April 6th. Our facilities are still closed. We're trying to keep them as tight as possible in order to keep the deep clean that we've done as tight as we can. We are continuing with the spring hiring season to ensure that we're ready for 2021, and we'll have a lot more conversation about that in our budget workshop next week. Carrie Lynn, I don't know if you want to just jump in about the virtual job fair and let the board know how successful that has been.
Sure, but we have been very excited about this virtual job fair. You know, once we knew we had to make the decision to cancel our job fair that was supposed to be April 4th, we thought we've got to do something. So we got out there, looked at some options, and found Flipgrid, which is an option that teachers use actually. But we were able to set it up and create a grid for all of our campuses as well as some of our specialized areas. And it's been open about a week and a half, and we have 1,804 videos that have been posted to our campuses. Now, individuals can post multiple videos. They have the opportunity to create a 2-minute video to talk to us about what makes them a heroic educator and why Leander ISD. And so we're very excited that we received such a huge response of people wanting to come into the district at this time, you know, but there are still people, a lot of teachers out there that are motivated and passionate about teaching and wanting to come into the district. So we're very excited about it.
Thank you, Carolyn. Corey Ryan is on the call too, and I'm sure he'd like to give us a little update on communications.
Yes, thank you, sir. We are ready to send out update 22 on Friday. We're going to wait till after the governor's announcement to include that information, as well as reminders about playgrounds and information about next week. The superintendent is going to host a series of Zoom webinars where students and staff at all levels can come in at various times and ask questions. We'll be able to ask questions and get feedback to kind of calibrate how we're doing and continue our efforts to be visible even while we're being virtual. We've had amazing work done by our school community relations team and our district receptionists. We now have all, we had centralized during the first phase 1, all of the phones into one central call center managed through our Let's Talk customer service platform, managed by a team from our school community relations team. We have now onboarded all of our receptionists. So the receptionist at Mason Elementary is now answering calls going into Mason Elementary, which has been a huge help to provide some normalcy for our communities and answers. It also has allowed us to support pre-K and kinder registration, particularly pre-K registration, which is happening exclusively over the phone. We've also been able to implement a Spanish hotline to be able to serve our non-English speaking, Spanish speaking specifically, families, and be able to give them a way to register for pre-K as well. With regards, we continue to do our Wednesday Let's Talk, Learn and Have Fun with Bruce and Friends, which is our effort for the superintendent to be visible and to continue to build those connections as best we can virtually with large audiences. We continue to get a substantial amount of live participants, but we've also found opportunities to extend the viewership into those and get that important information and get our visibility through video expanded. We're also incorporating student voice. We've been fortunate to have students participate in the last 2 episodes. We had an amazing student panel yesterday with some of our high school students from every high school, and answer questions and really give us an inside look as to what this looks like for high school students. And we understand that we're all in this together, but everyone's feeling it very differently. And I think that was a great opportunity for our families. We're also having an effort to try to capture student performances through Flipgrid, taking a note out of the HR playbook and the playbook of our teachers using Flipgrid to capture student performances. We know that there are many students who are missing out on spring concerts and things like that. And we hope to be able to bring those and share those so that we can bring an audience to our kids who unfortunately had to miss out on that. And we're excited to continue these efforts to continue to provide not only our coronavirus updates, but also to be providing the regular storytelling that happens in Leander ISD in normal times.
Thank you, Corey.
That Let's Talk Facebook Live event, those are interesting. Trustees can watch online, but you don't participate in the comments, right? That would be an issue, but you can watch online. My question is for the Zoom calls that you're talking about, is that something similar where you're going to send links to board members and they can watch online? Of course, not participate because that would not be good there. Gotta stay legal, but to kind of just keep an idea on the conversations that are around or going on.
So Bruce and I had that conversation today briefly. We're going to touch base tomorrow. We just need to figure out what the quorum rules and things like that would be. These are not going to be broadcast on Facebook or YouTube. They are going to be webinars where students can register through Zoom and staff. That way we can verify that they are Leander ISD, have Leander ISD credentials to be able to be in there. So they are going to be open in public, but not in the same way that the Facebook Live. So we just want to have that discussion tomorrow, and then we're happy to share information with trustees.
And we might need to loop in Holly with that, Bruce, if you're okay with that.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Board members.
We just want.
You're good.
You ready?
Keep going.
Okay. Sorry. We're going to run quickly through this. Steve Clark continues to do great work on the mental well-being of both our students, our staff, and our families. And so we have a great parent hub up now. We have activities up there for all levels of kids to do. And so we have some mindfulness things going on, as well as short videos by our counselors available in Spanish and English. And we're working to adapt those to secondary students. We're also making sure that we have counselors available as resource for students and parents who have needs. And so we ask our families to continue to reach out. We have contact forms on most of the counselors' websites. And so to make sure that we continue to meet the mental health well-being of all of our students and families. Jimmy Disler is here.
The maintenance people are definitely still walking all the facilities to ensure they're secured and there are no issues within the buildings or around them. And then, of course, our grounds continue to upkeep the grounds, and with the temperatures getting warmer and more rain, they're going to be cutting more and more on a weekly basis. We have completed the deep clean. Of course, our signage at the playgrounds is up, and we are not policing it, but we're encouraging self-regulation from the community to ensure we're following the guidelines. And then as far as construction, it continues on our existing projects. And for our summer projects, we are definitely planning for the projects to move forward, but also depending on what the governor announces tomorrow, we might try to push the projects to start earlier than what we had anticipated. And so we're looking at all the different options, trying to be prepared and take advantage, because with the guidelines of the city of Austin, Travis County has put out, and we're using the same thing in Williamson County, the construction potentially will be slower process during the summer because of the guidelines and the safety precautions that we have to take. And so we want to get as much time as we can on these projects. And so we're looking at options of everything from starting early, regular schedules, what happens if you do get a COVID case on your project, because that'll kill 2 weeks of the project very quickly. And so we're looking at all the options to be prepared for this summer. So we're moving forward.
Okay, and I may have to get out of here again. Where'd I go? You gotta be kidding me. Come on here. Okay, I think Elaine is up. I will try to get this right.
All right. right, well, while you're working on that, thank you. Good evening, board members, Madam President. As I was looking back through the update last month, not a lot has changed. Some new items for discussion this evening. Funding, still monitoring funding through FEMA and the CARES Act. There's, based on my call today with the CFOs, there's a lot of inconsistent information flowing around. And so currently we do not have any potential funding built into current projections or the budget projections for next year until those items are narrowed down. In my discussion with the CFOs today, even they are getting conflicting information when they speak directly with FEMA or with TEA. But it sounds like the CARES money is going to flow as an entitlement, very similar to Title I, and be based on a percentage of that Title I funding. That presents some interesting challenges depending on when those dollars flow and if the costs are incurred in this fiscal year and how we reimburse ourselves when the money is not here and how it can be used depending on when we get it. There was even some talk about whether or not that's going to be used by the state to offset their funding to school districts and whether we would even see it or not. So continuing to monitor that. You've heard many of my colleagues tonight mention webinars. If I participated in every webinar opportunity, it would be a full-time job. And so trying to monitor that as well as we can. In areas of purchasing, as we mentioned before, when we asked employees to return to a remote work scenario on April 6th, that opened up the floodgates of employees wanting to start spending budget. And as we mentioned last month, we had a process in place to accept mail and deliveries, but not a process that would facilitate normal ordering volumes. And so we're operating under the "this is not business as usual" mantra and trying to pass that along to the campuses. And so in the area of purchasing, we're really trying to limit purchases to items that are necessary for online instruction. Of course, that's our priority right now, and we do not need to warehouse a bunch of stuff. And so that's where we are on purchasing. And so in light of that, anticipate some savings in this year's budget, not only from utilities and the area of transportation, but just budgets that can't be spent because of the time of year. I did mention the CFO meeting today, as Madam President mentioned, the School Board Association meeting last week. I was able to listen in on that, and that gave me the idea to coordinate a meeting with my area colleagues. And so we met today, sharing information. Really, what I got out of that call today is we're all very concerned about what funding looks like in the next biennium and setting ourselves up to be prepared for funding cuts after the 21 legislative session. And so obviously the main topic of discussion was raises and whether or not to even give a raise in this environment. And so everyone is still looking pretty much at a 2%. Some have gone out with 3% raises. Austin is looking at a 0% increase there, but we'll continue to collaborate and discuss, and we've got a shared document where we're putting our information so that we can capture that as we make decisions. And then fraud, again, you've probably seen a lot of this out. We've had Zoom meetings with all of the campus administrative assistants and bookkeepers. We meet with the finance staff weekly, if not more often, and continue to hammer that there are lots of fraud schemes out there and to be extra careful. And we've re-reviewed our internal controls to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for additional opportunities with everyone working remotely. And as far as, specific numbers, we'll discuss that more next week when we go into the budget workshop.
So Elaine, will we talk about and I use this word loosely because for everything we save, I know it's a cost on the other side if we had to buy more computers or more technology or whatever. But will you have a spreadsheet in our budget workshop showing of actually the money we did not spend because of COVID? I'm really interested in transportation and transportation costs, as well as the food budget. Do we get any rebate back from the federal government since we're not serving the meals? I'd like to see what money we didn't spend as opposed to all the money that we've had. Ooh, I'm sorry, something's falling off the roof up there.
Next week is actually a timing issue because we're in the middle of April, and so we had 2 weeks of closure in March, and so we've just closed out the March books. Where we're really going to start seeing those savings are in the month of April. And so I'm very curious to see how much our utilities change between, say, February and April. And so what we do have, Pam, is a projection of where we would potentially end the 1920 fiscal year. And so I've got that based on what our expenditures were through the month of February. I don't know if my staff has had the chance to update that for the actual expenditures through March. But to have some concrete numbers for you next week is a little bit too early right now, but definitely by the end of May or the middle of May, when we get more invoices in, it's really hard to tell right now because we are operating remotely. I will say I've not seen personally a lot of increased costs that would qualify for FEMA assistance. Of course, premium pay is one of those topics that we all thought initially would be covered, and now that's one of the areas that is conflicting information as to whether or not premium pay for certain employees that aren't first responders, whether that would qualify under FEMA. Unlike other districts that have rushed out and bought a lot of technology, I've not seen a lot of big ticket purchases that we've had to make in order to switch over to online instruction. And so I've not seen those costs yet. They could be brewing and they just haven't come through as a invoice. But eventually, yes, definitely, we would have that information for you.
Yeah, I have no timeline on it. Whenever you get it is fine. I'm just, I think it's more than curiosity. I think it's really part of the overall, what the budget truly is, as opposed to what we thought it was going to be. And so I just think those costs have to be considered. And I'm sure you'll get it to us. I just want to see it when you get it.
Yes, and fortunately enough, we were working on what this year looks like before the closure. And so we've worked hard to look and project what this year will look like at the end. Still being really conservative in our estimates, but we'll be updating that monthly between now and the end of the year.
I don't know if Elaine has done this or this would fall under Helene. But Trish, do you know if Helene has done a risk analysis with this going online?
No, we haven't asked her to implement that, so we can reach out.
Maybe we can loop her in the budget meeting.
Yeah,
There was an audit or a procedure being worked on for a business continuity plan and a disaster recovery plan. And so we were knee deep in that before spring break. And so this has been a good test of some of those systems and help us identify any weaknesses as we work on that plan.
Yeah, I guess specifically with the online piece and pushing out the computers to all the students, I think it'd be a good time for a risk analysis. So I'd like to.
Why don't you write that up like an email? So
Sure, you can send your request,
and then we can see, kind of see what Helene thinks. She may have already done something in that arena.
Exactly, she might have. I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have an additional question about new enrollment and enrollment patterns. As we have seen the onset of the coronavirus, I'm wondering a little bit about new enrollments so far and what our outlook is as we go from here to the fall.
I'm going to toss that question to a colleague. I have not seen any new enrollment numbers, so I don't know how we're onboarding new employees personally. And then, as we move into the fall, that's a 2-day discussion on how we project who will show up with the growth and who won't. Dr. Gearing, you have more information on new enrollment?
Yes, I'll try to take a shot at that. I've been in touch with Wendy Grounds, who runs all the analysis of those PIMS numbers and the enrollment. Friends now, I'm sure that we're seeing the reality of it yet. I'm not sure that we even know who is out there and not coming back, or who's out there who might come. I do agree with you that that's going to become a critical issue for us very quickly, but we don't have any definitive answer on that yet. But we are in conversation about how to track that and how to manage it.
Okay, thank you. I'm not surprised that we don't know a lot yet. I mean, a lot of this is emerging information. To your point, I do think it's going to be important information as we talk about construction plans and as we talk about budget and a variety of other things. So I appreciate the attention on it.
Yeah, I think in addition, the thought that I've had is that I think we're going to have an additional complication to that issue of whether the enrollment is physically present in our buildings, or if they're still enrolled but not physically present in the building. And so if we ever end up in a hybrid situation where we have some kids physically in buildings and some not, I think that also has an impact. New normal here, or do we have a transition time before we get back to the old normal? Those are all questions that I don't think we have answers to yet.
When we were an extremely fast growth district, it was not uncommon toward the end of the year to send out the surveys to see where people were planning to be the following year. I'm sure Jimmy's probably got access to that. I think maybe if it was Jimmy or Ellen or who sent that out originally, but that used to be fairly common. So we could track where people were going to show up, and we may have a cohort that chooses to remain online. So I think it would be good to get a feel of that as soon as possible.
That's a great idea, Grace.
I want to real quickly jump in on piggybacking on what Grace brought up about utilization of our district auditor, our internal auditor. With so much of this being uncharted territory, and to Grace's point, we're handing out technology. Are we doing a risk analysis? I'd like to get a feel for how we are, or if we are currently utilizing the audit department. Are they part of any of the cabinet meetings that you're having, or are we looping them in and including them? So when this situation, we're on the backside of it, we're going to start taking inventory and doing an analysis and postmortems. To me, it would make sense that our audit team is at least in the room listening to the conversations now, so that they have an idea of what they need to look for at the backside of this. Have we considered that? Are we having any conversations to that end?
Yes, Jim, thank you for that. I did meet with Helene this week and have that conversation. She has alerted us to the risk analysis already for the technology piece and the online piece. I think actually we're more concerned about employees than we are about students, because we have employees dealing with, confidential information on unsecured networks in some cases. And so making sure that we are keeping our information confidential, that we're not having opportunities for others to get into our systems, those kinds of things. We're very conscious of all of that. We're working closely with Laura Lynn as well on the technology team to make sure that part of our problem is our folks are working remotely. They do have to have access to the tools that they need to do their work. At the same time, they're not on our network necessarily. So how do we get them the tools that they need in a safe environment, and how do we manage all of that? So that work is happening already, I assure you. We're having those conversations. We are looping Helene in. She is now included on all of the board updates that you're getting. She's also getting those. We have backdated all the ones that she didn't get and sent those to her to keep her in the loop. And she and I are in touch and making sure that we are in conversation about all of these issues.
And Elaine, before we leave this area, I would like to thank you so much for reaching out and setting up the CFO collaboration. It's brilliant to kind of get that input and get that buy-in in the community to kind of, I think that information will be value as trustees ask, okay, well, you know, kind of, do we understand where we're headed and where other districts are headed around us? So thank you very much for starting those communications.
You are very welcome, and I think the group would agree that they found it beneficial and, if nothing else, comforting to know that we're all in this together.
All right, moving on. Just the same external services that we were working with before. Our Hope Austin Backpack Program is still operational and helping our families on the weekends who need it. I know that Alexis mentioned the Leaf Emergency Fund earlier. They had an announcement that Samsung had donated $25,000 to that fund this week. So very exciting to help the needs that our families and our students are going to have in the district. And we've talked about all of these others before. So with that, that's all I have, Madam President, unless there are additional questions.
Board members, any other questions? Dr. Gearing, to Grace's earlier point, for our budget meeting, might I suggest our agenda item just have the COVID update? Not that it was going to be all pieces, but basically the new information that you've gotten based on the governor's discussion that the board might need to know about.
Yes, ma'am. And can I clarify, please, the calendar conversation question I was asked earlier? Is that the board approved district calendar that you're talking about, Grace?
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about if the governor says we're closing for the end of the year, if there's anything we need to do as well.
So if you just
Okay, yes, yeah, we'll certainly be prepared for that by next Thursday.
It's actually two questions, right? Are we closed for the rest of the year? I mean, we stop instruction, or are we just not going back to our physical facilities, but we keep instructions going to the end of the school year? Those are the two questions we have to answer. I doubt he's going to come back and answer the second one for us. He'll probably answer the first one for us. Or did I say that backwards? He'll probably answer that we can't go back into our buildings, but not you have to discontinue school. And those are conversations we still need to have, I assume.
I guess either way, just to have a COVID update, I think we'll let you be able to bring that, Dr. Gearing, to the board during the budget discussion.
I think that would cover it, because even if we wanted to get into, will we provide online instruction during the fall semester if we need to, those kind of future discussions, I think that would cover that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and remember, board, Dr. Gearing, if y'all feel differently or think you're hearing wrong, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. For our budget discussion, we're going to focus primarily on the budget, but we will have an agenda item for COVID, not to do the full layout that they did tonight. This has taken us almost an hour and a half. It is just for a targeted update. We're mainly focusing on the governor's comments and maybe things that Dr. Gearing wants to bring to the board, or will bring to the board as a result of that. Sound good? Okay, I saw thumbs up. All right, we will now move on to our next agenda item. It's the consent agenda. Now, these items are on tonight for discussion only. In other words, if you see something that needs to be changed or addition, if you could just look over those. No comment or discussion, then we will move them on. They'll be on next week's agenda item for possible action. All right. Without further ado, we'll move into closed session. It is 7:29 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by the Texas. Yeah.
Madam President, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would like to remind you that we do have a guest online for items that are after closed session. And I suspect we may be a while in closed session. I wondered if we could perhaps at least have some of those conversations first.
No, let's do that. I was not aware that we had a guest ready for us online. So let's go ahead, and if the board members are okay with it, we're going to go ahead and keep closed session. We're going to move that down the agenda and move on to the next part of our agenda. Dr. Gearing, it's on our operations. So we're going to go into operations and discuss the budget items.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam President. I do appreciate that. We do have John Crumrine online, and I will allow Elaine to introduce him and the conversation that we need to have around our INS debt and bond series.
Yes, thank you. Good evening again. John is here on the line with us and will be going through this presentation. I just wanted to preface his presentation with why we're doing this. And so you see two action items for next week on the agenda, both having to do with parameter orders. And one of them has to do with new money sale. And then the second parameter order, John, are you able to move the screen? Thank you. One parameter order for consideration and approval next week deals with the new money, which is part of the remaining 2017 bond authorization. And then the second order is on a refunding and defeasance. As you will see here in a little bit, we have some outstanding bond issues that are callable and that can be defeased in the near future. So why a parameter order? What these are documents that will give us some flexibility and get us in a position to go to the market when we feel it is right. This is a very daunting determination at this point with the market so volatile, and you'll see that in a couple of his slides. But this simply gets the ball rolling for us to work on the documents. The parameter orders say that the board is giving us the ability to go out and price potentially the new money sale and the refunding. And so it gives us the flexibility. The parameter orders set the limits for pricing. So when I say the limits, like the maximum interest rate that we would be able to finalize the sale under, the life of any new bonds, and the maximum amount that would be issued. And so we'll be looking at that a little bit closer. And so by doing these parameter orders, we would not need to call a special board meeting following the pricing to approve the sale. Next, please.
Yeah, we used to do that pretty regularly. We have.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. So I just want to give you some background since it's probably been a year since we've done this. So some of the questions regarding the new money and a lot of this, what you're going to see in the scenario stemmed from a question that I posed to John earlier in the year. And that question was, well, with rates so low right now, should we only sell a portion of the authorization or should we go ahead and try to sell all of it? And so that's not a simple yes and no question. Because if you'll remember, our debt is a little more complicated than the average school district's debt. And so thank you, John. He has spent hours, days, if not weeks, working on my little what if scenarios. And so we've narrowed those down to 4 tonight that he's going to walk you through so that we can determine how much we should sell of the 17 bond authorization and how we should structure that. And then as far as the refunding and defeasance, I mentioned earlier, we have the PCABs from 2010 that are callable this August. So this is a prime time to go ahead and refund those at a lower interest cost. And then the 2016 A series of CABs, we can defease that, which is basically putting money aside to take that off of our debt profile. And so he'll talk about how that benefits the district in total.
Can we go back to a little history lesson on those two cabs? The 10s I remember fine. The 16s, are those the ones that weren't going to be callable until 2023, but because interest rates are low now, we're thinking about doing it, or is that another series that I'm thinking of?
The 20
that conversation?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
The 2016 A cabs are the 2016 A issue was issued to refund the largest cab bond issue back in 2014 that was issued. And so those cabs have a call date of 2026. The reason that we are strategically going after those cabs with the defeasance money is that most dramatically impacts the cab percentage and saves the most money on an absolute nominal basis. So those are your longest and some of your most expensive capital appreciation bonds, and that's why those are being targeted.
which is perfect. I just wanted that history lesson back because I remember we really didn't have much to refinance before. You say 26, I thought it was 23, so it's even further along. And so we're doing much more than what we were going to be capable of doing, but it's a great time to do it. So I just wanted the history lesson.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. And so this is kind of a good reminder for me since I haven't been in the district in the past with bonds issues, but our debt management objectives as we go through this, just remember are to provide funds for student and facility needs to minimize our overall debt service cost, be able to manage the tax rate, and then structure these new issuances with the long-term vision. So we want to make sure we're not just planning for what is right today, but what's good for the district long-term with a potential additional bond election in the future. And so with that, I think we're going to turn it over to John. He's got a market update, a picture of our current debt portfolio, and then more details on the information I just presented.
Thank you, Elaine.
John, before you dig in, just a quick question about the documents. I believe these are not included in board book and are not currently available to the board separately, just via this presentation, correct?
Actually,
they were uploaded. You can go on board book. They're just uploaded. They were in the extras.
Okay. When were they loaded? Because I thought I grabbed everything already.
I'm sorry, Erin, it was very, very late this evening.
I don't know the time. I know they're under extras. When I go look at the one the community looks at, they're under extras right underneath the COVID-19 presentation.
Okay, thank you.
No, that's a good question. Let's make sure we all have that because.
Yeah, they were not loaded when I logged into the meeting or just before the meeting. So thank you.
So thank you, Leander, folks, and Elaine, thank you for the introduction. I will try to go through this sort of expeditiously. If you have any questions or anything to comment about at any point in this conversation, please feel free to stop me, but let me dive right in. Tonight, I'm going to give you, as Elaine mentioned earlier, a little bit of a market update, what's going on in our market and why. I'm going to talk a little bit about your existing debt portfolio, how we got here, what we're doing, and then we are going to look at your financial model. As you know, we have a financial model, 10-year, multi-year financial model that takes into account refundings, defeasances, and new money arguments. And I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of the thought process, the priorities that we model for in that model, and some of the assumptions embedded in that model. And then ultimately to sort of answer the questions around the new money that we are contemplating the issuance of. How much do we want to issue? How do we want to structure those bonds? And we're going to touch on that specifically in the scenarios. Market information, I'm not going to dive into this too much, but just from a historical perspective, we are still near historical lows. That is a week by week conversation. I think the most important sort of thing to look at on this slide is over here on the left, we have a 1-year look at current rates versus 1 year ago. And as you can see, in terms of the current market, we are still, from a 1-year perspective, in the lower band here. So from an absolute rate perspective, near term, still pretty positive, still a pretty good time to issue. As we transition over here to sort of a 10-year look, you can take a look at, okay, the blue represents the absolute range for the 1 through 30-year maturities. The red shows you where we are in terms of current MMD, and that's our benchmark rate. So like the US Treasury, we have a benchmark rate, which is called MMD, and this represents the range. Here are our current rates, and yellow represents the average. So we are still, for years 4 through 30, we are still in a historically favorable interest rate environment. But on the short end of the curve, due to market uncertainty, the short end of the curve is relatively expensive compared to the long end of the curve. Interest rates have shown extreme volatility. I think everyone knows what's happening in the financial markets. We've seen significant volatility there for the last month. The primary municipal markets have essentially been shut down, meaning issuers such as Leander ISD and other issuers around the country were not able to access the capital markets at any given rate. Last week, we had a pleasure of working with the Texas Public Finance Authority to issue $500 million worth of taxable bonds. So we are slowly opening back up for business, and deals are getting done. So we thought it was appropriate to sort of give you this update and let you think a little bit more about a plan of finance that we actually think we can execute, whereas maybe 2-3 weeks ago, it was a little more in question. But basically just sort of take into account massive volatility on the long end. And I think one thing that's important to sort of point out is that traditionally municipal bond rates move similarly to treasury bond rates. What we saw in this last go around in terms of panics, and this is different than what we saw in 2008 with the financial crisis, municipal bond credits and the cost of borrowing for municipal bond issuers, that skyrocketed while treasuries fell. So there was what we call a decoupling in those markets. They no longer moved together, and investors generally saw credit risk for a AAA municipal borrower as being significantly higher, at least for a short-term period, than the national AAA rating. So something to kind of think about as we move forward. Municipal interest rates have declined in the last 18 months. That holds true, except for a short period of time, again, for the last 30 days. I think the take-home message for this graph here is that the blue represents current MMD yields, and all your bonds would trade at a spread to this yield. So from an absolute index perspective, again, still favorable. But coming back over here, the gray bars represent the percentage of time in the last 10 years that the current rate is lower than the average rate. So I think the point is the short end of the curve is, again, relatively expensive. A little bit of conversation about your existing debt portfolio. Your outstanding bonds, we have here, just for your information, a table which outlines your bonds by series, the amount of outstanding par and the outstanding debt service associated with those bonds, the purpose for those being new money or refunding, associated call dates and final maturity, and then again, product type. Important things to consider, and I think this is a kind of Elaine and I talked about this at length, and I think Pam was starting to touch on it when she made her comment earlier. We have significant bonds coming due in the next few years. For example, your 2012A bonds that have $25 million worth of principal and debt service of $187 million. Those bonds will be callable in 2022. Another example, your 14D bonds, $93 million with $311 million of associated debt service. Those will be callable in 8/15/24. So all this to say, the district will have meaningful opportunities to reshape its debt service line moving forward, and that's a theme that we're going to carry forward into the remainder of this presentation.
So John, can I stop you there for a second?
Absolutely.
Are you and Elaine bringing us this now because these opportunities are brand new? They just hit the market because of COVID and the interest rates, et cetera? Or normally we start talking about this, let me just say, in January, and we sell 3 or 4 months later after we have lots of time to look at it and talk about it. This seems kind of quick. So I'm kind of, and I'm sorry, I can't see your numbers very well right here. I need to go pull up my other version of it. But why now? Is it because the opportunity is so rich now and it wasn't rich in January? My question is, why now?
No, we've traditionally the last few years had sort of a late spring bond issue for the new money. As you know, you passed a significant bond package in 2017, and we have sort of strategically accessed that in the spring of 2018 and the spring of 2019. This was sort of following along in the footsteps of sort of taking a laying the tracks approach to the access of that authorization. So from an absolute perspective, is this a good time from an absolute rate perspective? It is a favorable time in terms of a 10-year look. Is it a favorable time in terms of when we started this process in February? It's a little bit worse of a time than it was when we started this process in sort of January and February. But I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and I'll add, Pam, I think the plan always had been to issue part of the remaining authorization in May or June, simply because we need it to fund ongoing projects. And every time we're looking at issuing new money, we're going to be looking at what refunding opportunities do we have. And so this is just kind of a catch-22. John and I have been visiting all spring about what this presentation looks like and when we would need to issue for new money. And then it just happened. We were planning to do this for April all along, and it just happened that COVID hit us, and then we had the closure. And so I think we would, whether we had COVID to deal with or not, we would be doing this tonight.
Okay, one of my concerns will be is that a lot of times this group has a lot of different scenarios we like to run and see. It's just the history of our board. And I'm afraid that we're going to just run out of some time of really having some rich discussion and seeing some different models that we're going to actually request of you also tonight. So I'm just a little concerned that we're starting it a little late, but go ahead. I'm all ears.
Okay. Yeah, I have a couple of quick questions here, John. The 2016A obviously stands out based on the remaining debt service. 2015A stands out a bit too. How do we choose one versus the other, or why not both, or what's the thinking there?
So for defeasance, so for refunding purposes, well, let me answer that question. So we have historically targeted the 2014D bonds and the 2016A cabs, excuse me, the 2014D cabs and the 2016A cabs, because one of the strategic priorities of the board was to achieve a 25% capital appreciation bond debt service number in terms of total debt service. So in order to accomplish that, we had to choose those sort of longer dated maturities. And so when we did that, we chose the longer dated capital appreciation bonds from those two series, defease those bonds in order to sort of affect this approach of strategically buying down that capital appreciation bond debt service every year. And the benefit of doing that is that those were some of the more expensive bonds that you had in your portfolio. So it accomplished the strategic goal, A, but in B, it also was a financially prudent thing to do.
Yeah, I see that in the leverage in those figures. 2015A is maybe not as highly leveraged, but it is a significant value. And so I don't know, maybe the advantage isn't as great there, but that's one I would expect us to be looking at pretty closely too, just based on the overall value. Second question for me, or maybe this is just a comment, refunding or defeasance, totally get, we want to be opportunistic. We take advantage of the opportunities that the market gives us. As it relates to new money, typically our practice has been to sell that as needed and not so much to sell a large tranche that we hold and then I guess apply as required, right? So I'm a little cautious, I guess, about trying to sell too much new money.
Yeah, and I think we have prepared, when we get to slide 17, 18, you will see that we have prepared a couple of scenarios which take a smaller bite at the apple, the 2017 authorization apple.
Okay.
And one makes a bigger, so you can kind of get a sense of affordability as you move through time and how much you want to borrow for when.
Okay.
And again, my apologies for one of the reasons that this presentation wasn't up here prior and here for your review is that sort of given the volatility in the market, literally the graph that you saw back 2 or 3 pages ago on the MMD curve, that graph has moved anywhere from 10 to 30 basis points. And that has massive impacts on sort of the conversation around these financial scenarios. So again, my apologies for not having that up earlier, but we wanted to provide you with the most up-to-date information when we went through this presentation.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I get that the market has been extremely volatile, in fact, so volatile that even though we might like to take advantage of the rates, those opportunities may not practically exist.
Right. Your outstanding debt service portfolio, generally, we have series by series detail of what makes up your aggregate portfolio here. This is just informational and graphic for your review. Information of note, these are a couple graphs that I thought might be important to you. 2 of them here. The one at right details the gray represents your overall portfolio, your overall debt service portfolio, and the yellow represents the bond issuances that you've done in conjunction with your 2017 authorization. So we have taken a more aggressive approach to the amortization of the 2017 related bonds. And I think that's been appropriate because at the time we sold those bonds, that was a good financial decision based on the yield curve and based on the amortization of asset life type arguments. This graph right here, what I'm showing you here is that we do have significant near-term opportunities to do refinancings for PCAB or CAB, heavily CAB debt service bond issues. And for example, the Series 2012A bonds and the Series 2014D bonds. So you can see the 12A bonds are callable in 2022. The 14Ds are callable in 24. And you can see those are significant. Those are two issues which make up a significant portion in this year, up to 40 million of your 110 million annual debt service obligation. So we do have significant opportunities moving forward, and that's again something we'll touch on later why that's important. Just to give you a little bit of a heads up or a review on what we're doing with the rating agencies, you are rated by two rating agencies. You're rated AA by S&P, AA minus by Fitch. You have seen significant historical improvements since 2011. In 2014, you were at AA minus and A. We are now at AA minus. S&P upgraded you, and so did Fitch. We're working really hard to get Fitch to kind of come around and understand the story, and I think they're starting to gain recognition of the positive steps that you've made. We think you're a AA credit. I think you think you're a AA credit, and we just need to make sure that they get that message. But just so you know, we are not actually applying for ratings from Moody's or Fitch. So you're not paying for a rating, and the bonds are not marketed with that rating. So that's just something that they maintain. Here's some information from your last rating report. Obviously, the strengths are well known: favorable location, expanding property tax base, and strong reserves, and accolades for financial management practices. Your challenges, according to the rating agencies, are the moderate high debt and historical use of caps. The upgrade factors, things that would be beneficial in pushing the rate at your rating upward with S&P. Continue to make substantial progress in moderating your CAB exposure and the reduction of debt levels to those consistent with those of higher rated peers. Downgrade factors, additional debt issuances outpace tax-based growth and significant increase in an already high debt burden. I think by virtue of the fact that the district has been able to take beneficial action to defease bonds, meaning using excess collections from the INS fund to defease outstanding bonded indebtedness, means that we don't necessarily at this time need to worry about additional debt issuances outpacing tax-based growth. And the other side of that coin is that we are continuing to make substantial progress in moderating CAB exposure. So kudos to you for having the discipline to do that. We again are laying the track towards a higher bond rating.
Sorry, John, just to clarify, in that first of the downgrade factors, sorry, is this kind of boilerplate? Are you saying these are the factors that could contribute to a downgrade?
This is specific commentary summarized from the rating report for Leander ISD.
That's what I thought. So it occurs to me that first bullet under the downgrade factors, I question whether that's actually accurate or not. And maybe it's something, Elaine, that we want to measure and manage just a little bit, because I think that's something we got to keep an eye on.
Or at least do a rebuttal on it, because I don't think that's been true for many years now.
I think that's right, at least in the last several years.
Well, in particular, then I think that points to sort of the comment I made earlier. I mean, I think the district has applied millions of dollars to the redemption of debt, and so again, you have a large amount of capacity embedded between what it takes to service your debt and what you're levying your tax rate at currently. So again, you're right. That's something we have to sort of explain over and over. A lot of times this language that comes in here is a little bit boilerplate. So we have to fight that fight. But again, it's noted, and we will continue to sort of address that every time. Financial model, and everybody can roll their eyes. The good news is we don't have we don't have 14 landscape pieces of paper for you to look at that no one can read. Elaine has informed me that we need to have a little bit more aesthetically friendly approach to this, and I think she's right. I think this is going to look a little bit better. Hopefully it will facilitate the conversation. So moving into the financial model, the priorities that I sort of know, Elaine touched on these earlier. Obviously, it's important to preserve the ability to finance projects to address student facility needs. It's always been important for the district to maintain discretion over its tax rate. You have an eye towards the minimization of debt service costs. And then we want to achieve structuring objectives. And what I mean by that is we've had specific views on cap percentage targets and asset amortization targets. Moving into the financial model, we have some basic assumptions that I think it's important to sort of review before we get into the scenarios. In terms of bonding, new money bonding, existing authorization, you have about $272 million worth of that authorization. In the scenarios which I'm going to present to you in a matter of minutes, we issue all of that $272 million in some form or fashion between the years 20 and 22. Embedded in our financial model also is future authorization, which is yet to be voted. Obviously, the voters would make the ultimate decision whether we need to, or whether that is their wish, but we sort of keep a placeholder $500 million of authorization, which is probably reasonable or could even be increased based on the growth patterns that you've seen historically. And so for purposes of the model, we issue that $500 million annually in equal installments, 2023 through 2027. So again, that's $100 million annually, 2023 through 2027. Other sort of basic assumptions, we refund for debt service savings and product conversion, meaning we like to convert our capital appreciation bonds to CIVs where possible and if it makes financial sense. And embedded in our model is a 2020 refunding. That is the only refunding that is embedded in this model. Defeasance, we have contemplated a defeasance using existing INS collections, and we'll go into more detail on that later. But we plan for in the model defeasances using excess collections in 2021 through 2025. Over here on this side of the page, revenue assumptions. And I think this is something you've historically you kept an eye on. Our baseline value for assessed valuation is about $25.8 billion. And then we grow that in the financial model at the growth rates that you see on the right side of your page. In terms of tax rate, we start in fiscal year 20 with a 0.4675. We step down a 0.0025 in 21 and 22. And once we get to 2023, we maintain a constant 46 cents thereafter. So we are slowly lowering that tax rate. The collection factor assumed in your model is about 98%. And we have the ability to sort of shock or play with other sort of miscellaneous plus or minus revenue impacts. What that means is basically interest earnings from INS funds or sort of one-time offsets from the state if you were to have a revenue issue. Scenario.
Can I just pause there for a minute?
Yeah.
I want to point out on the 6.01 for 2020, that is the actual average between Williamson and Travis County that we did receive at some point this month. We had a meeting with WCAD this week and they gave us preliminary values. And so 6.01 looks like what we are actually going to see for this year. And then we've stair-stepped it down and we've lowered the collection factor to 98% from 99 or 100 in previous years.
So Elaine, two questions on the assessed value. The 6%, I know that's what's been indicated by the Travis and Williams County Appraisal District so far. Any potential that goes backwards given the current environment? Those are preliminary values. Those are not certified values. A lot can change. And on top of that, my concern is broader economic conditions. Anticipating another 4% and 3% in the next couple of years seems to me rather optimistic.
So to answer your first question, both appraisal districts are continuing to remind us that those are values as of January 1, and that COVID is not going to qualify as a disaster for property value purposes. And so these factor in what they're building in for protest, and they're certifying a very low percentage of total appraisals, and that ended up at the 6 between the two. So Travis came in at 4.4. I don't remember exactly what Williamson came in at. I want to say it was closer to 8 or 9, but they averaged down to the 6.1. So I don't think we'll see that go down much further for 2020. And then, as you stated, 21 and the years thereafter, that's pretty much the big question right now for everybody is what will values do and what will collection rates do?
Traditionally, we've tried to modify this aspect of the model, these assumptions in the model based on current conditions as best we can. To me, the 2021 and 2022 growth rates are rather optimistic given the economic impact I'm seeing broadly across the country, and particularly in Texas when you compound COVID with oil and gas prices.
Right, and the job loss, and I just think a lot of people probably will lose their houses this year. This seems a little optimistic for my taste at 3%, even 4% for next year because of just the devastation of the job loss in Texas alone.
Yeah, my final point on the assumptions here related to the tax rate is we certainly can discuss lowering rates as we go forward. That's not something generally that I'd like to see us build into the model, unless we're talking about fine tuning a specific scenario. I think it just assumes some things that we may not want to assume in this environment.
And we're certainly capable of revising this based on any estimate, AV growth rate, tax rate, whatever you need to do. So if that's a conversation that you want to have internally, we are happy to make updates as needed.
Well, and I kind of would like to see kind of some parallel discussions of what do these assumptions really mean? Because as we just talked about, if there's going to be economic hardship on our community, I do want to know how our tax rate is impacting that way. And as for growth rates, I'm curious, do you anticipate, and maybe this is to Aaron and PMs too, as they're having a conversation, do you anticipate the values of home falling, or are you anticipating lower collection of those rates? Because I don't know if, I'm not sure, right? I'd like to know more, is the anticipation that our property rates of what our houses are worth, we're thinking that's going to dramatically decrease. Or do we think what's going to really be impacted is the collection factor, or maybe some hybrid, maybe a little bit of both?
Yeah, I think potentially it's a little of both, right? We've always been bolstered some by the fact that new construction offsets sometimes downturn in real estate prices. So as long as we're adding new real estate, we can absorb some of the depression in real estate prices. But I mean, it's very early on. It's hard to anticipate, but just based on the macroeconomic factors, it's hard for me to see. I mean, what did we experience last time around? And was the job losses as deep as we're seeing now? The answer, I think, is no, the job losses weren't as bad as we're seeing now. This is worse. It could last potentially longer based on the circumstances that are creating these conditions. And in that environment, we went to basically zero growth for a year and then started to recover after that. So
what I think I hear Elena saying is that they are not going to consider COVID a disaster or an effect on property values. So if property values do not go down, many people are not going to be able to stay in their homes. So I think this is a much worse scenario than what we were in 2008, if that's possible.
Well, and then down by how much as well? So those are very interesting questions as we move forward. A lot of unknowns, as you said, John.
But let me clarify, because I don't think you restated what I said. I don't think the property values are going to go down. I think people aren't going to be able to afford the property values because they're not going to go down. And so that's going to be less of a tax rate because people can't pay their taxes. So our collections will go down. That's what I'm saying.
So you don't anticipate the tax rate going down at all, is what you're saying?
Well, what I heard Elaine say was that they're not going to base the property, they're not going to consider the COVID-19 a disaster for property values. So they're not going to deflate the property values because of it. Please correct me, Elaine, if I'm incorrect.
No, that's correct. There was an attorney general opinion. There was a House bill filed after Harvey, I believe, on disaster and values. And there was an attorney general opinion, I believe, earlier this week that COVID would not count as a disaster in light of that House bill, thus affecting values.
Right.
But in light, Elaine, of what we're seeing happening in Travis, we are seeing the values decline. The increase isn't as strong as it was traditionally. So I guess my point is, are we seeing a bit of a decline as well as it might impact collections? Maybe we can just figure out those numbers as we go along. That might be too early to ask all those pieces.
So last year, the overall increase in values was 7.57% from the year prior. We had started this year projecting a 6% increase in values. Then we were afraid with the TCAT issue that was going to be worse than 6%. TCAT has given us their April certified estimates at 4.4. Williamson County will give us their certified estimate later this month, but we did have an entity call with them this week and they gave us preliminary numbers and we've adjusted them down even further to get to the 6.01.
So in light of what we're seeing, I really think, sorry, things are popping up. In light of what we're seeing, I really think we don't need to talk about so much a tax decrease as hopefully just maintaining what we have as we normally have. And then after we know more, we can have that a conversation separately.
Yeah, and John was going with the same strategy that had been laid out in the past with the step down of the tax rate, but this is definitely not something you're approving at this point. The tax rate, we'll have many more discussions on that, but for the purpose of building the what if scenarios, he used the previous desire of the board.
So now it's time for the meat and potatoes. We prepared 4 scenarios for your consideration. Again, it's not going to be 4 large sort of legal pieces of paper that you have to put side by side. We provided some summary information. As you sort of evaluate the items on the next page, there's a couple things to keep in mind. For each scenario, you're going to have the 2020 refunding and defeasance. Elaine talked about earlier, we have the opportunity to do a tax-exempt refunding of currently callable bonds for your 2010As and your 2016A issues. The 2010A bonds are capital appreciation bonds, so we will be reducing our capital appreciation bond debt service with this refunding. The 2016A bonds are current interest bonds. They're both currently callable, and the estimated coupons and yields are lower than the yields on the outstanding bonds, so there's little or no reason to not effect this transaction right now. We're also looking at doing a cash defeasance of Series 2016A cabs. Again, those are your longest dated and some of your most expensive cabs with existing INS monies. The transaction summary here, the combined 2020 refunding and defeasance here, these transaction statistics associated with those 2 actions are a refunding of $34 million worth of par, gross savings and cash flow savings of about $29 million, net of $9 million of a contribution from IS funds. Your PV savings are about $9.7 million or 28.16% PV savings as a percentage of refunded bond par. It's not a significant transaction compared to some of the ones that we've done in the last few years, but it is a significant transaction in terms of, listen, $20 million of net savings and $500,000 worth of reduction in your annual debt service is something to take seriously. And so we're approaching you with this sort of description tonight, and this is one of the items that we're looking to sort of get your blessing on. Existing authorization, one last thing. For purposes of the scenarios, just remember that this item, this statistic stays consistent across all the scenarios that you're going to see tonight. The existing authorization.
I'm sorry, would you clarify, what is it tonight you're going to be asking the board's blessing on?
So way back here, we're going to, we're setting out a parameters order for consideration. So we're asking for a parameters approval to issue some amount of new money, and the parameters approval to affect a refunding and a defeasance. So going back down to here, the refunding and defeasance in question is right here, and the statistics associated with it are here. And I will get into sort of the new money side of the coin in just 1 second.
Bills at its exact face value.
And I'll clarify, Trish, you would actually approve that next week.
And so existing authorization on the next page refers to the issuance of the remaining $272 million worth of authorization from your 2017s. It's issued in every scenario again between 20 and 22, but the amounts, timing, cost, and vary across scenarios. And it's important to note that the structures allowed in your scenarios for your existing authorization include true level debt service and structured level debt service, meaning level debt service in the true sense is that if you issued a 30-year bond, the next year you start level debt service and principal amortization. Principal plus interest is level over the 30-year term. Structured level debt service in this case is going to mean a delay of principal for a few years, and we'll show you the strategic sort of thinking behind that. Future authorization, again, refers to the placeholder $500 million of authorization. We have to embed this in the model so that we don't take actions which are too aggressive. And based on the conversation that I've heard here tonight, that's obviously something that's top of mind to this group. So we always embed future student needs, facilities needs, so that we don't take sort of too aggressive approach to the amortization of the existing authorization or refundings as they may arise. The amounts, timings, and TICs of borrowings 23 through 2027 are consistent across all scenarios. And in that scenario, we always have true level debt service, again, 30-year bonds, level debt service structure. Future defeasances refer to the use of INS collections to redeem outstanding bonds prior to maturity. Again, we talked about this earlier. We target Series 2016A PCAB maturities consistent across all scenarios. And while the bonds we target are always consistent, the financial impact across all scenarios will differ as a function of the cash available to effect defeasances. And that will make more sense in a moment.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Okay, so here we go, scenarios. So when you compare scenarios, think about the few things, sort of debt service cost, structural objective goals. And again, think about in particular the values for item C and items F. So basically, you have 4 scenarios: scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, scenario 4. And for each of these scenarios, we have a cost for a series of actions. And I'm trying to help you evaluate for each scenario 1, 2, 3, and 4, the cost to access in C, the remaining 2017 authorization, and F, the cost for to access the 2017 authorization, and then the future authorization in D. So let me walk through again these each with you. So starting here in A, your existing debt service 2021 through 49 is $2.6 million. As shown on the previous page for B, the savings, the cash flow savings from your Series 2020 refunding and your Series 2020 defeasance are $29 million. And you'll notice that these are the same across all the scenarios. So A and B are apples to apples across each of these scenarios. The variance in the scenarios is in C. You'll see that the cost to access the existing authorization, the $272 million, changes across scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, and scenario 4. So if you follow this orange line down, you'll see why that changes. In scenario 1, we assume you bond for $104 million. In 21, you bond for $83 million and $83 million in 22. Scenario 2, again, 104, 83, and 83. Scenario 3, and this is getting back to sort of Aaron's point about new money, timing, and how aggressively you want to pursue your options. We sort of take a all approach right now. And this sort of goes back to the comments, this sort of goes back to the thinking, rates are favorable right now. Is it favorable to issue the entire amount of our authorization right now? And I'm trying to help you answer that question by giving you 4 scenarios. We don't assume that rates stay constant in perpetuity. Obviously, we don't have a crystal ball, but for scenario 1, we assume current rates for your 2020 issuance. We shock rates up 75 basis points in 21 and up 75 basis points in 22. And again, you can see for scenarios 2, scenarios 3, and scenarios 4, we again keep that sort of same current 75-75 approach. And again, the key sort of thing to know here is that these scenarios, we talked earlier about level debt service versus structured level debt service. The difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2 is that we do not allow any of these bonds right here to start amortizing until 2026. So we delay principal, okay? And the difference between scenario 3 and scenario 4, we bond for all of it right now, but we delay principal in scenario 4. And you can see up here in 6, that we talk about no principal amortization until 2026. Again, also, we have assumptions around future authorization and what it's going to cost. So again, what we're trying to do is not make decisions based on what's the most we can make decisions based around what's the most cost-effective thing we can do right now, which would mean we rely solely on what we see in D. But you can also make decisions based on F, which is the aggregate debt service, which takes into account how much does it cost to do C, how much does it cost to do D, which is consistent across all scenarios, and then how much does it cost to do, and then take into account E. E is the interesting part of this equation. And why scenario 1 and scenario 2 differ and the delay of principal, why that's important. As you can see, delaying principal in 2, all other things equal, makes more cash available to redeem expensive debt. So while it may be more expensive to pursue a truly level debt service in scenario 1 relative to 2, the aggregate cost is actually more expensive to pursue a level debt service structure than to delay principal in scenario 2. Again, in scenario 3, where we're issuing $271 million in both scenario 3 and scenario 4, what's interesting is that the decision to delay principal and take a higher expense option initially for the 2017 amortization ultimately results in aggregate. It frees up more cash so you can do more defeasances here. So basically what I'm trying to help you quantify is, are we making a decision based on this cost, an aggregate cost, and then there's other sort of considerations here about, do we achieve structural targets like CAB appreciation, CAB percentage, 24, 22, 22. Okay. So with that, that was a lot of information. It's a pretty complicated analysis. I tried to boil it down into one table, but I want to give folks a chance to visit or ask me any questions about that.
Yeah, John, and I have a couple of questions. One, as we're talking about existing authorization on debt service, so you're talking about spending funds that have been authorized but we haven't spent yet. Do we know if we need all those funds, or is it possible that were we trying to delay them for a certain reason and now we're putting them all? I just wanted to make sure I understand what's in that pot, what's being considered in that. And then, and I think we do, I just want to make sure I understand that. The other thing is as far as we look at the over levy, I'm curious as to how the over levy is helping us pay down for later when we talk about decessions of taxes. I'd like to hear other board members. I'm not saying we should lower taxes. We've already said, we know our community has a real hard row ahead, and I want to make sure the board gets all of the facts before we move forward with definite decisions.
Right.
So can I clarify your first question, Trish? So in scenarios 1 and 2, we would be selling roughly 105 million of the remaining authorization for projects that are currently or scheduled to need cash in the next year. And so then we would sell the remaining part of the authorization in the 2 years following, which follows the same system that's been used in the 2017 authorization. And that is paying a portion of that or selling a portion of that authorization annually to give the district the cash needed to fund the projects that were slated under that authorization. And so scenario 1 and 2 is simply stair-stepping those sales over the next 3 years to fund projects. When rates were looking really good, I asked John, well, would it make more sense to take advantage of the low rate environment and sell all of the money and have it on hand rather than going back to the market 3 years in a row and incurring a possibly higher interest rate and additional issuance costs? And so that's between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. It's simply how many sales do you take for the remaining authorization? And as far as I understand, all of those projects are either in progress or will be in the next year. And so the cash flow is needed. So we do need a new money sale to fund projects, and the 104 for 2020 illustrated in scenarios 1 and 2 funds our current projects. And then the tax rate, the savings from the over levy, the result of that is what you are seeing in line E, the defeasance. That's where you're using that over levy to pay off, as John said, existing debt that was issued at a higher interest rate than what's available in the current market.
So the over levy at one point looks like it's what is it?
And those numbers don't necessarily represent the over levy. The over levy is about 20 million a year. Those are the cumulative effects of the defeasance and the savings.
And again, I think all the factors need to be considered as we move forward. I'm just not ready to preclude, definitely not a tax reduction. I just want to know how that impacts. I think it might be something that I would like to know about as we move forward.
So Elaine, can we talk about, or John, I'm sorry, whichever. Remember one of the old things that we couldn't do when we sold so much was the arbitrage. We got hit with selling too fast and then we get in trouble. It cost us more money. Can you talk about that in your scenarios? If we go and sell all of this, won't that give us a problem?
I don't anticipate you having any arbitrage issues, meaning would your investments earn from the project fund investments that so say you borrowed for the $105 million in scenario 1 in 2020. I think Elaine would be challenged to find an investment rate that would meet the bond yield. The estimated bond yield for that borrowing is about 2.93%. So I think she'd be pretty challenged to find that anywhere. And I'm pretty sure PFIA, Public Funds Investments Act, wouldn't allow her to invest in a security that yielded anything near that level or higher. So that is a great question, but given this point in time, I don't think that's an option.
So we've been talking about using this or selling these funds to fund projects that are part of the original 2017 authorization. But I haven't seen any numbers. What projects are remaining? How much do we need for those projects? It seems as though we're saying, hey, we just need money. And in terms of selling everything, selling all the rest of the bonds and holding onto that funds, while it on the surface may make sense to take advantage of favorable rates, I've never seen long-term where taking your credit card and getting a huge cash advance because the interest rate is lower than sticking it in the bank until you need it has ever been wise. So that causes me concern. But the main concern, and I think this speaks to Pam's earlier point, is this seems to have jumped up at us all of a sudden. And I would really like to see what this money is going to be used for specifically, so that we can match up the dollars.
Jim,
And I know
do
you
have
work
that.
hard on these graphs, but is there any way we could get maybe one of our old graphs that showed year by year what our actions today will do 20 years down the line? I'm just having a little trouble with all these numbers in this form, really being able to visualize how this is working. I'm sorry, I may be the only one. This is brand new. It may look great when I see a little bit more, but I'm confused with it right now.
Change is hard.
No, I get it, and I thought about that. It's like maybe one example, a scenario one in isolation would help tie between this new format and the old format. I think Elaine was about to go there, but I will say, Jim, in the scenario one and scenarios two, where we are thinking about $104 million borrowing in 2020, I actually saw a project list. I think Elaine spoke with Jimmy, and I think Jimmy came up with a actual project list. It's 20 or 30 different projects. So in particular, scenarios one and scenarios two are not sort of playing interest rates. Those are project driven. Scenarios 3 and 4 are sort of getting into, well, we think we could use it, but it's really more driven by interest rates. So scenarios 1 and 2 are sort of more project driven. And that's a really important point. If this table is on the next page. So in terms of like a recommendation, I think generally speaking, I mean, obviously we need to revisit certain growth assumptions and tax rate assumptions. My point today was to sort of give you a little bit of a taste of how structuring may be more important to you from an aggregate perspective than sort of interest rates. And I think my point by saying that is that the cheapest way, based on the financial model and given these rate shocks and rate assumptions, the cheapest way you can access the remainder of your 2017 authorization is to do it all now. Okay. And that's because we're shocking future bond sales by 75 basis points. That is this scenario here. So the cheapest way you can do it is to sell it all now and amortize it quickly. Okay. Scenario 4 means accessing the remainder of your authorization now, but delaying it 5 years. Okay. The point of showing you these different scenarios is to show you that the way we access these near-term bond sales has a meaningful impact on your aggregate debt service cost. So for example, it's cheaper to borrow all of it right now based on the financial model. But if you don't need it, that's not a good idea. And why not? Because the cheapest ways to access these bonds are to lay principal and now. So, and let me walk through that on the next page. As I sort of make a recommendation. Sorry.
John, can I jump in real quick? I was waiting for a pause there, but I want to go back to something that you said earlier and kind of put an exclamation point, because you made my point. You said that looking at scenario 1, scenario 2 is based on a project list that you saw. And I guess my point is, and I certainly don't mean to be snarky, but I haven't seen that list, and that was my point. I would really like to have all of the information as we start going through this, so we can really have a full sense of what we're looking at. So that was my point. We haven't seen that list of what the projects are for 2021 and 22 as it relates to this ask right now. So that was my
Jim, I can get you that list. That was something Jimmy provided me for purposes of determining how much we need, and I wasn't aware that that was something the board would need to see, but I can get you that list. That's no problem.
And I'd like to clarify my statement about the arbitrage, because maybe I'm using the wrong term. It's been a while. But it was my understanding if we sell everything at once, we have to spend everything quite quickly instead of 5 years, 10 years down the road when we need it, which has always been one of our criteria, is that we don't spend the money if we don't need it. So I'm a little confused, and I'm sure it's my ignorance of how we can sell it all and spend it all when we may not need to spend it all. And won't that penalize us if we don't spend it in a certain amount of time.
So they're related issues, and I'm sorry, I chose to address the other side of it, but I understand now what you're saying. There are spend down requirements by the IRS when you issue bonds. So, for example, if you were to issue 100 million or 250 million, it doesn't matter. There are time limits on when you need to spend those monies. And so, to your point, if we get in a situation where there's a construction stoppage for a long time in Travis and Williamson County, and you have $285 million worth of bond proceeds, and Mr. Disler can only use 80 million of those before there's another work stoppage, you potentially have an issue, which I think sort of lends itself towards a more measured approach.
Okay.
In sort of conclusion, and I think you just sort of made the point for me, the district is favorably positioned to take some borrowing at this time. And what I mean by that, some form or fashion of a new money borrowing, because obviously Mr. Disler came up with those numbers. He has projects he can do and projects he needs to do. And so we've outlined those in scenario 1 and 2. As I said, that was a needs-driven approach. Scenarios 3 and 4 were more of a rate-driven approach. But sort of prioritize what's important. Is it most important to prioritize for cost or flexibility, tax rate discretion, or sort of other structuring considerations, meaning like cap percentage? And sort of finally, when I look at scenarios 2 and 4, I'm getting a sense that scenario 4 is not attractive to the board at this time, given sort of broader uncertainty. That is consistent with the conversations that Elaine and I had previously. We thought we wouldn't end up at the more extreme option. But the sort of final point that I would make, if you're going to look at a more measured approach to your bond sales, and again, the measured approach meaning in 20 selling 104, 21 selling 83, and 22 selling 83, I would actually prefer scenario 2 over scenario 1. And the reason for that is that despite the fact that we're shocking a future bond sale 75 basis points, scenario 2, by virtue of the fact that principal amortization does not begin until 2026, produces more in a absolute models perspective scenario, produces more cash for defeasances. And so between scenarios 1 and 2, you actually are better by making a decision to delay principal a few years just for your new money sales for this 2017 authorization. The other side of that coin is that in a downside scenario, you have not bitten off more than you can chew, and you have a few years to take to evaluate what appears to be something that could be a multi-year situation. So if you need to do the projects, I think I would defer more to a scenario 2 versus a scenario 1 approach. And again, the reason for that is it's the lowest aggregate cost strategy. And what that means is you extend your less expensive debt. You extend your current interest bonds. Debt is still relatively inexpensive at this point. However, it provides the cash to redeem and refund more expensive debt. And I think that scenario 2 aligns most with your current priorities, and again, frees up excess INS collections to address CAVs and PCAVs. I've said a lot. You probably want to go to sleep now. So again, I'll take any questions, but that's it for me.
So John, I appreciate I especially like colors in the graph. Helps me follow along. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
But I have 2 questions. And this is probably something you may not have an answer for in the first question tonight, but I'd certainly like to know if we take that measured approach where we say we're going to use so much this year, so much next year, and so much the year after, but due to the unknown environment that we may find ourselves in next year and the year after, assuming we don't need that money, how does that impact our structured level debt, and what does that repayment look like? And I'd like to see some modeling on that. And the second thing, and maybe you said this earlier and I just missed it, I'm still unsure why, when we talk about selling new money and we're talking about refinancing at the same time, do those two have to be coupled, or can we take advantage of refinancing when it's to our advantage?
They can be separated. The reason that we typically combine them is to cut down on administrative costs, meaning, guys, every time you ramp up a consultant, like your financial advisors, your underwriters, actually underwriters, it doesn't matter for underwriters, but your bond lawyers,
Legal counsel.
yeah, your lawyers, your financial advisors, every time you do a transaction, we that costs you. So all other things equal, we sort of default to a combine the transactions to cut down on that process. Meaning, again, if you did the refunding and the new money together, you only have one rating agency call, as opposed to two. That's $30,000, $45,000 that you just don't spend. So there are transactions efficiencies that we like to achieve. But if you know, if there's another viewpoint on that, I've worked with issuers. I work with issuers all the time that sell bonds in February and sell bonds in August. So it's not a requirement. It's just sort of all other things equal, it's sort of a best practice.
Got it. And I do have one final question, and that's all of the folks that you just mentioned that are part of that transaction. This is probably a question for Elaine. How do we go about, or are we still using the same folks? Have we bid that out? What is the process for using those the underwriters and the delivery folks and all of that stuff? How have we landed on those folks?
So the district, Jim, the district has a list of, I'm going to call them preferred vendors. I believe there was an RFQ issued for that in the past. John, you can help me with that history.
That's correct.
We've not yet made that final selection. I've met with every underwriter that's called upon the district since I stepped in. So we'll be using from that list that's been predetermined.
John, I have a few questions. And I guess the first is fairly straightforward. I think to Jim's earlier point about the $104 million in current projects, I think in this environment, we need to take a closer look at that list, and we need to determine if all of those current projects are still current projects, if our growth is still the expected growth rate, and those kinds of things. So before we talk about selling the money for those projects, I think we need to reevaluate that those are the right projects over the next 12 months and change.
Okay.
So that's the first thing. Second thing for me is if we look at, this slide's fine. If we look at row E, there is material variability in what goes into row E for each of these. And I think that there are a number of factors there, right? What we did above helps to enable different actions in each of these scenarios. And so you get different values in those defeasances. Can you give me a quick detail on what's being defeased in each of those scenarios?
So that's a good question. So, and I actually, now that you say that, there's an important distinction. So in the past, when we've sort of brought financial models to the district, there were sometimes various tax rate scenarios or various growth scenarios. Embedded in all of these models are the same assumptions around tax rate and assessed valuation. So there's no fuzz there, there's no noise there. And we did that on purpose. Now, obviously, if you want to revisit that, we can make changes. But to sort of address your specific question, assuming the revenue line is constant across all these scenarios, which is the case, the variability in this line is completely a function of the amount of available cash, sort of levy minus debt service. And so on an annual basis, the differences in the levy minus the debt service equal available cash pot. And where you see higher values in column E, or excuse me, larger negative values, if you will, that implies that we generated more excess levies in those 5-year periods between 2021 and 2025. And in every scenario, again, we targeted the 2016 A's just for representative purposes. And the reason that we did that is because if we don't target those maturities, we likely won't achieve our 25% target by 2025.
So I'm not quite following. Help me connect the dots just a little bit, because the existing debt service in row A is the same. If we'll just do scenario 1 versus scenario 2 as a contrast, right? Row A is the same, row B is the same, row C is different, but we're actually paying more for row C. I think you said, however, that scenario 2 is deferred later in the total period. So in early years, we're maybe preserving more cash in INS. And so that enables us at a future date to retire more debt in defeasance in E. Is that right?
That's correct. And I'm trying to make this larger. Excuse me, give me 1 second. Are you still able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
So what you're really getting at is here. So if you zoom in here, again, you see these differences in the amount of money that we're able to save by defeasances. What you see here is the impact of how aggressively we amortize bonds, which is the driver of that. So in the scenario 1 versus 2, again, we are simply saying that for scenario 2, we're borrowing the same schedule, the same rates, but we're not letting the bonds amortize principal on series 20, 21, and 22 for 5 years. And so in that scenario, you see scenario 1 is the green line, scenario 2 is the yellow line. You start to see, for example, in this year here, and I'm sorry, again, this is very large, this is very small, but you start to see, for example, in 2022, how the yellow debt service, simply by virtue of delaying that principal, we've created a excess collections gap between the green and the yellow lines.
Yeah. So basically the yellow line is below the green bar in the first 5 years.
Yes.
And that delta gives us a little more cash that we can apply against the future defeasance contemplated in E.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Okay. So can you tell me what we plan to defease in row E? Because one of the things I'm looking at is as we look at row F, we're making some assumptions about row E and about our ability to defease certain things in row E, and maybe the conditions that are available to defease those things. Does that make sense?
That does. So what we are assuming, for example, is I think the amount of cash that was available to defease bonds in scenario 1, for example, was $40 million. And because we have growth in our model, let's just say for representative purposes, in year 1, it was $8 million. In year 2, it was $12 million. But the sum of the 4 years, 21 through 25, was $40 million. On an annual basis, we take that money and do defeasances of those certain maturities. And those certain maturities are consistent across all the scenarios. So what we are essentially saying is that you have 4 opportunities to apply an over levy, meaning in 21, in 22, 23, 5, in 25, 4 and 5. And we do that through time, again, attacking the same bonds, the 2016As. Am I answering your question finally?
Not entirely, I think. Let me ask it a slightly different way. Are there any risks that we might not recognize the value of the defeasance in row E? If conditions change in the future and that defeasance isn't attractive in those circumstances, and we choose not to defease in those settings, right?
Right.
Is that a risk? Is that possible? Or how much would circumstances, conditions have to change for us to choose not to defease those bonds at those times?
So I have waited, and I think I'm finally getting it, and I apologize if it took me a while.
That's all right.
I have weighted the CAB 25% goal as highly, highly important. And so I've had no other choice but to apply the projected over levies to those bonds in the from the 2016A series, which again amortize in 2041, 42, 43. They're very long. You can see here where the benefit of those defeasances is. So there's a massive benefit in terms of debt service costs. There's not a lot of benefit to you in the near term. You could take whatever the scenario 1, 2, 3, or 4, you're likely going to have some dollars for defeasance purposes. If you were willing to sacrifice a little bit in terms of bang for the buck of total debt service dollars, you could also apply those bonds anywhere in this part right here to create greater capacity for new money issuances, or more flexibility, or more distance between your revenue line and your debt service in a downturn. But the historical approach has been out here.
John,
Okay.
can you clarify when you say sacrifice a little bit exactly what you mean by that, or kind of in the range of what you mean by that?
Right. Meaning, so for example, if you took a $9 million, if you took $10 million worth of bonds and you paid off bonds that capital appreciation bonds, let's take two examples. One bond that matures in 2050 and one bond that matures in 2030. You take the same $9 million or $10 million and you apply it to the bond in 2030 and 2050. The 2050 bond, you're going to save a lot more money just by virtue of the amount of time outstanding, okay, than you would than for a maturity that was in 2030. There actually might be more benefit to you in terms of present value dollars of defeasing the bond in 2030 relative to the 2050 maturity. But based sort of on the strategic targets we had earlier for the 25% attainment, we really had no other choice than to sort of target those maturities in this part of the curve.
So let me ask a couple of other related questions, John. The first is, as we looked a little while ago at the various issues, the 2012A stood out to me. I think you'd mentioned that as a potential target for future defeasance. Is that right?
2012As are a very good candidate. So
is that potentially a target for this row E future defeasance, or what are we thinking about there, or what are we building into the model?
we are keeping the E's consistent. I'm sorry for all the flipping. We're keeping the E's consistent. And again, those are all 2016A maturities. And the reason that those were targeted is those were historically targeted because they were the sort of longest dated and most expensive options that we had. If there were a decision to take a different approach and instead of the 16As, for example, do something related to the 2012As, which again, the 2012As in lighter yellow have earlier amortization, the district dollar for dollar might save less money, but the value of the savings might be greater because that's nearer to sort of the revenue line. That's nearer to the immediate issue at hand.
Okay, I think in the course of answering that question, I'm clear on my earlier question. So it sounds like we're defeasing the same stuff in all the scenarios. And we're just defeasing more or less of it based on the capacity we've created for that defeasance. Is that correct?
That's perfect.
Okay, so final question for me for the moment. As I look at if you go to the next slide, and we look at that chart just a little bit closer, there's a bit of a pinch point around 2028. If we look at projected revenue and we look at all four of these scenarios kind of converging on the same point, which says to me that if our assumptions are wrong, if our model's off, we could put ourselves in a position in that particular year where we might see revenue below the debt repayment. It's not a huge concern because it only occurs for 1 year in the model, but it's something that I think we need to keep an eye on, particularly if we're revisiting the assumptions in the model. We want to see how well all of these lines and bars fit below that red line and leave ourselves a little bit of a buffer.
Right. The one thing I will tell you, and I think that's a good point. The one thing I will tell you, and this is a conversation that you're going to want to have internally. All these lines that you have right here, that contemplates again $500 million worth of authorization that we anticipate as a need, but hasn't been approved. So that is a very large assumption. Sort of building on that, though, all other things equal, you make a pretty good. I think you make a good point, possibly, in that this is great in that we're saving the most money. And we're probably going to hit our 25% capital appreciation bond target in 2025. But might there be a little bit better use of the money in here in terms of building a clear path to do the things that we need to do in the meantime? That's a conversation that is worth having.
And John, just to clarify, this line assumes the 500 million in authorization that hasn't, we haven't even had a bond committee yet meet, and it hasn't gone to voters. So that's just building projections to kind of give us, I guess, maybe insight into what we're looking at in the future, I guess. But it might not. It could be less. So it's not. Is it really getting us? How close is it really getting us then to the red line if we don't do the 500?
Not very close at all. I don't know if I can pull up another model. I don't know that I should, but the point is I can provide you with an additional graph, which would provide more detail on the difference between existing debt service, 2017 authorization debt service, and then the projected $500 million debt service. So you can see sort of where the issue really lies. I think to your point, though, in every scenario, subject to a revision of tax rate and assessed valuation and collection revisions that you may give me, you had at a minimum of $6 million of gap between the projected revenue and your debt service line in these models. So excluding the $500 million placeholder authorization. Long answer, sorry.
That's great. Board members, any other questions?
Yeah, John, I'm not sure the other board members need it, but I really need a different look of a little bit more of the old style of how these decisions we're making affects us down the line. It's very hard to go from one page to the next page to the next page. It seems like a little bit of the information is on each little graph, and I kind of need to see how it all looks together. Okay. And then I will learn how to read these graphs a little bit better when I have some time to study them. It may make much more sense. I'm a little, I feel like we're going down a new path, new thoughts, which is great. We always need to be looking for new ways to do things. But we really kind of always built trying to get down our cabs to the 25%, some of our goals by a lot of refinancing, refunding bonds, et cetera. Why aren't we refunding, if the interest rates are favorable right now, why aren't we refunding some of those series, the 2012 now? Why are we trying to use them later on? I'm a little confused of what we're trying to do, I think.
So the reason that was also sort of a part of the conversation when Elaine and I started this earlier in the year. As a result of sort of changes to tax law, the bonds, for example, the 2012 A's and the 2014 D's, the capital appreciation bonds that you have outstanding, those can no longer be refunded on a tax exempt basis. Okay. And for a hot minute, the middle of December through February 1st, taxable rates were so attractive that people could refund tax exempt bonds with taxable rates, and it still made a lot of financial sense. But it didn't necessarily make sense for a capital appreciation bond issuance. So I think the point is we are restricted if you want to issue tax exempt bonds, if you want to refund tax exempt bonds with tax exempt, if you want to refund tax exempt issuances with tax exempt bonds, we can't do that right now for the Series 2012 and the Series 2014D issuances. And quite frankly, just based on sort of absolute interest costs, if you were to try to refund those on a taxable basis, you couldn't do that. And I think the other sort of question is centers around when you do refinancings of capital appreciation bonds, you typically have to issue some amount of current interest bonds. And I think you can see sort of with the remainder of our existing 2017 authorization and the future authorization that we have penciled in, we have to make some hard choices around what we're going to do, because we're in a great spot. You have obviously you have levy to do defeasances, but we can't do everything that we want to do. And so we have to sort of at some point sacrifice, well, we can refund those capital appreciation bond issuances, but we need to do that and bring those amortizations forward. And to do that means that we would have to sell our new money tax exempt bonds longer in the amortization. And that, at least in the past 3 to 4 years, has not been a compromise that the district's been willing to make.
So I just the important part on this chart for me, Pam, is the call date. And so what John is referring to, those 2012As aren't callable until 22. And so that's our first opportunity to refund them. And then we've got the par-to-par test issues, but we can defease debt before the call date, because the defeasing isn't really paying them off. It's taking them off our books, but the money is sitting there to pay them as they come due in an escrow account.
Okay. I'm just gonna have to ponder it. Thank you, though.
Thank you, everyone.
Can I ask one more question? This is for Elaine, I guess. If we looked at scenario 1 as an example, if the board were to authorize the parameter sale per scenario 1, what happens in 2021? Have we, in essence, already authorized another sale of 83.8 million? Or
No.
what's the process past the initial authorization?
So the parameter order would give us the ability to sell a certain amount of new money at this point. And then next year, or whenever we feel like we need the additional funds to fund the projects, we would come back with an additional parameter order to sell a portion or all of whatever is remaining at that time. So I think Jim had a question very similar along these lines. What happens in 21 and 22? If we don't sell that money, then obviously our debt service is less because we wouldn't have that existing debt. And so under scenario 1, we follow the same structure that's been in place of selling a portion of the authorization on an annual basis as needed, which is totally fine. And then whatever we don't sell this year, we would come back next year or some point when those dollars are needed to enter the market again.
All right, board members, any other questions? John, you've certainly given us a lot to noodle on.
Thank you for your patience. That was a long-winded approach, but some good questions, and it looks like we've got a little bit of work to do, but thank you.
Thank you. All right, Elaine, does this, I guess this conversation covered operations, both item 1 and 2, as far as the bond series discussion. Am I missing anything else?
No, that's correct. That covers both items.
All right. Before we move into closed, if we can go ahead and finish discussing the action items, that way at least I have a good part to come back out of when we come out of closed where we're going to pick up at. Jimmy is up to talk about the guaranteed maximum price for elementary 28, Steiner Ranch Elementary School, and the security upgrade at Glen High School, Rouse High School, Leo and New Hope.
Okay. The first item is the GMP number 1 for elementary 28 Tarvin Elementary. It is long lead items, and it's scheduled to start construction in about 3 weeks. We're waiting on the final permit, and they're ready to kick it off. And so that project is within a month, should be under construction. And we're looking for action at the next meeting. And this is one of the projects that, you know, has not been started on the 104 million, just so everybody knows. This one in Steiner Ranch have not been started. The rest of our projects that are on that list have been started already or under progress. So, but we'll get you that list.
Yeah, I had a question on this one, Jimmy, just in the current climate, before we approve the first GMP and start this construction, I want to make sure that we're all confident that when the construction's done, our district is going to need to fill that facility, right? Now's kind of the moment for us to avoid a Reed Elementary decision, where with an economic downturn, we may not be ready to open that campus if, and I'm just proposing a hypothetical, right? I think we want to make sure to confirm that we do believe that that campus is critical by that date before we start this construction project.
Correct. It's a same situation. I think the physical aspect of needing the building will be there. It's going to be, I think, where does legislative funding go? I think that's going to be the question. Will you be able to operate it? So.
Yeah, I would say we also have growth assumptions built in and those kinds of things. I think we owe it to ourselves to revisit those data points and confirm that this is in fact the right decision to start this construction project.
Yes. Yeah, we can definitely look at that. I mean, because we do have the overcrowding, the existing overcrowding that we're trying to relieve. And so that's assuming the students come back. Of course, a lot of unknowns there, but definitely have those conversations.
Aaron, can we give Jimmy some more direction on exactly kind of what points you're asking about for our next meeting? Because I think you're asking for this information before we vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, for me, I think this is our window. I mean, we collectively, the board and the administration collectively, this is our window to decide we do or do not yet want to go forward with this construction. Timing is a difficult decision for us to make. It may be that the right decision is to continue and to build this as planned. It may also be that the right decision is to be more conservative and to wait an extra year to start this project. So I think we want to look again at the enrollment data for the schools affected, and I think we need to. It goes a little bit to the question I was asking earlier, right? Has enrollment of new students slowed significantly or stopped? What's going on in the real estate market? What's the effect on new home sales that we're expecting to be in the number of students requiring this campus, right? And I know we're not going to have perfect data, but I think we've got to pause and look at the best available information on those topics today, and look each other in the eye and say, yeah, this is the right decision at the right time.
Board
Yes,
members?
Aaron,
Go ahead, Dr. Gehring.
I would say that you're absolutely right that we need to consider those things. I think in this case, there's also some complicating factors of what Jimmy just mentioned, which is relieving existing pressure on other facilities that we have. And so this is not only about new growth, this is also about whether we lose existing students that we already have. So in other words, not so much would we not add as many students as we're expecting to add, but would we actually see a decline in enrollment in existing facilities? And that's a very difficult question to answer. I think the timing here is extremely difficult for us. But we will certainly have conversations about that this coming week to try to determine if we can bring you some meaningful information before next week.
Jimmy, do you have any idea what is the latest that we can make the decision and get the school built?
our normal process to build an elementary school is probably 11 to 12 months, but we know the next 4 or 5 months are going to be slower than typical because of the COVID restrictions and the guidelines that we have to operate under. And so we're anticipating it to take 13 to 14 months to build this school. You know, if things get better, we'll pick up time. But, you know, it's going to be, if we start in May as we anticipate, we're looking somewhere in July to complete the school right now. So you're within a month of pushing it.
So Jimmy, let me make sure we say within a month. If we wanted to take more time in April, does that throw the timeline off for your construction?
Well, one of two things. If we try to expedite it, of course, it'll cost more to build it, but we could potentially do that. The worry is with COVID-19 right now, the impact we're going to see in the next 5 months of construction. That's the concerning part of how slow. And as I mentioned earlier, if you happen to have a COVID-19 case on your job site, you'll be shut down for 2 weeks. And when you come back, it's another 2 weeks. And so right now, we're trying to buy the time to ensure we have that school, if we start it, to have it open in August of 21. That's the challenge. You know, yes, we could spend more money and expedite it. It's just if the subcontractor market's there to do it, they've got to have the resources also. And right now, they are strapping for jobs or workers also because of COVID-19. So we're seeing lots of impacts there too.
Grace?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jimmy about getting that future bond project list, either prior to the budget meeting or the next meeting.
Yeah, Elaine will get that to you.
Thank you.
Board members, are there any other questions that you can think of right now that Jimmy can pull together for us before we end up having our vote at our next meeting on, or being at least asked for action at our next meeting on Tarvin Elementary School?
I wonder if a conversation with PASA about the effects that they're seeing and just kind of a general update. I wouldn't expect them to give us a district specific or campus specific update. I mean, unless that's possible, but I think just getting some perspective from them would be helpful as well.
Yeah, we had a meeting today, talked about some of the zoning for Tarvin and possibly the next school. And that's one thing we talked about. I was going to call PASA actually tomorrow to just see if they have any insight of where they think things might be headed, if they have a feel for that. So we'll definitely do that.
Well, and Jimmy, that would be good to know too. I would be a bit surprised if they could do projections.
Yeah.
Projections, yeah. If they can do that, let us know.
They have a big job market right now.
There's a lot of changes. Okay, any other questions? If you think of any other questions, please don't think it's speak now or forever hold your peace. Of course, if you have questions, reach out to Jimmy and getting those ahead of time before the board meeting, our next board meeting next week. Yes. All right. Jimmy, did you get to cover all your GMP?
No, that was for first one. The next one is the GMP number 2 for Steiner Ranch Elementary. That's the HVAC modification update project. And this is, of course, GMP number 2. And this is, of course, the project hasn't started yet, but is scheduled. And one of the options is we're trying to push that into early May to start if we don't go back to school. So, and we'll be looking for action next week on this one. The next item is GMP number 2 for the security upgrades to Glenn High School, Rouse, Leo, and also New Hope High School. These are all part of the secure vestibule projects and security upgrades, and these will be starting also this summer, and we'll be looking for action next month. or next week, I'm sorry.
And does that close out all of the security upgrades?
The loan, you'll have one more GMP most likely next month for the middle school, the remainder of the middle school project, vestibule projects, and that'll complete our security upgrades. Yep.
Any other questions?
I've just got a quick question about the agenda items. We've had a format change, and with our extra emergency meetings and budget meetings, I'm finding the action required this month category challenging. I'd like to go back to action required this meeting or next meeting. It would just make it a lot easier to keep it straight.
Anything else?
Are you saying, Grace, you want to go back to the old agendas, the way we used to do it? We voted each meeting of the prior.
No. I'm just saying that our little check mark box at the top, it's just challenging when it says this month. I'm afraid we're going to miss something important.
I just want to know. Yeah.
And just that it would clarify this meeting or the following meeting. Obviously, we won't have any on these planning meetings, but because we're having additional meetings, it's just hard to keep it straight.
Just to streamline. Sure. Makes sense. All right. So is that, Jimmy put himself on mute, so that's it. He's done with us. All right, very good. All right, so here's the thing. I'm getting ready to take us to closed session. I'm doing it a little slow because I'm waiting for Dr. Gehring to tell me if there's anybody else or any other special speakers we have. We're going to go into closed session. Then when we come out of closed session, we
don't.
Go ahead.
No, I would just point out that we just have two sections that would be the remote learning update from Dr. Benz, and then I believe Elaine's section is very short.
Well, we can finish those and then go into closed if that works. Does that work for the board?
It's up to the board.
Better. Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
These people go home.
Yep, let's keep going then.
Or they're home, I guess.
With that, let's go to the remote learning update, phase 2.
All right, we are back. Good evening, Madam President and members of the cabinet. Sorry, got to get my game face back on here. Okay, here we go. All right, so the purpose of this presentation is to update you on phase 2 of the remote learning plan. So we've just completed our 8th day of phase 2 instruction, believe it or not. And, you know, people are really settling into a rhythm. I think the students, the staff, and everybody's settling into a rhythm. So before we launch our presentation, I just would like to, I need to say something. So you're always seeing my face when we're up here. You see the faces of my staff members up here, and that's great, but it's important for you to know that there are so many other people that are involved in this work, that are behind us, that are behind the scenes and doing the lion's share of the work. So I just want to make sure that, you know, you understand that those people, the campus people, our parents and our students, in fact, are really making this work happen. So just wanted to start with that. So let's head on to the next slide and talk about, so as we've been doing throughout the course of this year, we've really been talking about these guiding principles, the concepts of relationship, student experiences, and heroic educators, and how they relate to our core values, right? And so as we began our remote learning journey with phase 1 and continued with the development of phase 2, it has been very important for us to keep our focus on those 3 guiding principles. So for phase 2, it was established that we would need some key components that some were from phase one, but then as we moved into new learning, there'd be some different things for phase two. So the first thing, again, that personal individual connections that we need to make with our students and families. This has been our first and most important foundational priority that we are continuing to work on, because for us, we use that phrase, each and every child, and those are more than just words, right? So as I mentioned at a previous board meeting, the extent to which we are able to connect with our students and families would be our first measure of success. We also know that continuous communication with parents would be key throughout the learning experience. So the quest to connect with each and every child began back on Wednesday, March 25th, and that sure does seem like a long time ago. It's only a few weeks, and on that day, we got back from spring break, and our teachers reached out to their students and families, many via email. And in those first 2 days, almost 95% of our families were connected with. And from there, our teachers reached out to more families via the telephone. Then they brought in counselors and campus leaders and brought them up to speed and utilized their expertise to dig up additional contact information and resources to continue trying to reach out and connect with families. And so by the end of those first 2 weeks, right around 98% of our families had been connected with. And every day, more connections are being made with our families, bringing us up to right around 99% at this point, a little under 99%. And we do know that there's still work to be done. For instance, our students who are identified as homeless have been particularly challenging to connect with. And as Dr. Gearing mentioned earlier, we are partnering with a community organization to provide backpacks of food to carry our students through the weekends. And we had identified about 565 students. This was before the closure that were recommended for the backpacks. And right now, a little less than half of those students and families are making it over to our distribution points to pick up their food. So that's something we're working on. John's team's working on it extra hard. So there's additional challenges as well. As we prepared to launch into new learning with phase two, devices became a focus, and our tech team jumped on that with the help of countless other central office employees to get computers prepared, organized, and ready to go at our distribution points. So Laura Lynn, since you're not on camera, I'm just going to talk about her celebration over the course of the last week and a half, including today, this afternoon. Upwards on 5,000 devices have been distributed. So
right, 4,919.
There we go, 4,919.
How is that near a total? I know some of the updates had said we had about 8,000 elementary students, but that didn't necessarily mean you were trying to get a laptop to each one. So do you feel like we're achieving close to 100% of where we needed to be?
That's hard to tell because we're obviously just opening it up to families who are telling us they need it. So the first round, we really asked families, if you have a need, please let others go first. And we did, and we distributed about 4,000 last week. And then we opened up 2 more days this week and distributed another 1,000. So we're still considering, do we want to do another site, maybe towards the south? We didn't have a south location this time. So we're definitely still working with our principals as we identify families who have reached out to them who may have a need. We may definitely open up other distribution sites, but about almost 20,000 secondary students and now 5,000 elementary students all have devices in their hands from us.
And I'm sorry, Matt, did you say we were getting 99% connection rate that we were?
So we've connected with, and I'm going to provide you a little more information on like participation rate in a minute as far as our action plan for that. So besides getting devices distributed, we've worked with community partners on free Wi-Fi and connectivity, and helping families get connected with different options. Also, that's being worked on by tech for families that are outside of the coverage areas. We've actually changed our whole structure for pre-K registration and doing it all via telephone, working with SCR on that to ensure that families have the capability to get signed up. We've been up and running with signups for just a couple days, and we already have 207 students signed up. So that we're just getting started with that. So as far as enrollment for pre-K, that's humming right along. As new learning, as you can see on the chart, one thing about one piece of phase 2 was that it would be new learning for students. We understood that routines needed to be flexible and tailored to meet the needs of our students. So I just, want to say hats off to our campus leaders and their teams. They've been collaborating with teachers and the district to ensure that the environment is optimal for students to engage in high quality learning experiences. Next Friday, progress report cards will be going out to both elementary and secondary students, and we will be able to aggregate data on student progress for the board to review once those go out. Additionally, we'll be sending next Friday as well, we'll be sending out short surveys to students and families. When I mean short, I mean like three questions max, but to provide us feedback about the learning environment and the structure of the learning routines, and as well as some data on overall satisfaction levels. As a matter of fact, the high schools have already done some surveying of their parents, and I understand there were some parent meetings, virtual parent meetings offered today in both the AM and the PM. So that connection piece has been super important to us and has been a focus. And before we move on, I just want to emphasize the importance one more time of our heroic educators. You heard Dr. Gearing's report earlier on the overall COVID response, and I just want to take this opportunity to say that all of our employees are educators, and everyone has really pulled together in every aspect of our organization to make this not only work, but work well. And with teaching and learning, we knew that in order to create the highest quality learning experience, we would need to provide solid structured guidance and resources. And we knew, we had 100% confidence that our teachers would take these resources, this curriculum guidance, and run with it to create what they needed and specifically design it for the students in their classroom. And they have done that with an incredible amount of enthusiasm, dedication, and professionalism. In particular, I just want to give a shout out to our special programs educators who have really gone above and beyond to work together with families to meet the individualized needs of each student. Now, next Friday, our teachers as well will be given a short survey so that they can give us feedback on the district's curriculum guidance and resources, as well as provide us some data on student participation levels. And then as we are able to gather that and get it into a good format, we'll share that data with the board as well. And with that,
Matt, there you are. Can we go back for just a second? Are you saying that you're going to provide us with what we're actually providing, what curricula we are actually teaching remotely, as opposed to what we would normally be teaching in a classroom? And my question stems from this: if there's any negativity going around, it's that some parents aren't quite, some parents are feeling it's too much, some parents aren't feeling it's enough. I have no way of answering the question because I have no idea what we're teaching remotely. I don't need a long rubric on it. I just would like to know, what are we trying to highlight in our remote teaching?
Sure.
I know we're doing great. I know the teachers are doing great. I know we're getting everything to everybody and we're communicating with parents, but I really would like to know if we're going to continue having these kids sign in remotely and having our teachers teach. I kind of like to make sure that we're actually doing something viable and needed, not just fluff.
So with my long-winded testimonial, you might have thought we were almost done with this, but we are actually going to go into some detail with some of my colleagues. And if hopefully that'll answer some of your questions, or we can revisit in the discussion. So I am going to hand it over right now to Jennifer Collins, our Executive Director for Curriculum. So we will provide more detail about the work done with curriculum for phase 2 and what it looks like as far as what teachers are working with to provide instruction to their students.
Matt,
So thanks, Sam.
Thank you so much, too. I just want to say your information, your testimony was great. And I appreciate that you're going to do a survey and you're going to reach out to the parents. You're reaching out to the teachers. We're working on how do we make this better in case we do find ourselves in a situation longer or in a blended hybrid situation. All great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. And we're totally open to any other ideas. We're trying to be creative about how we gather that information to measure our level of quality if we're providing people what they need. So thanks, Trish.
All right, so we're going to move on and talk a little bit about those curriculum documents. So Pam, hopefully this will answer a couple of your questions, and if not, we can dig in a little bit deeper. But whenever we think about designing curriculum documents, it's not just that core area curriculum team that had to come together, but we had to think about fine arts, we had to think about PE and athletics, we had to think about our CTE courses, and really come to some consensus about what it was that we wanted to provide our teachers so that then our teachers could provide the very best opportunities for our students during this remote learning time. So these are kind of the highlights that we stuck to as a team. So the first one, weekly learning targets. So each course has selected 1 to 2 weekly learning targets that they're trying to expose students to and expect for mastery. Sometimes we do have more than 1 or 2, but that means that those targets are going over multiple weeks. And so we're going to show you what that looks like in just a minute. Then those curriculum leaders had to dig in and look for some learning resources that would be appropriate to use in a remote way, because students don't have access just to books on the shelves, right? And so what would a virtual learning resource look like for students? Then the third bullet about virtual learning experiences. So now that we have these virtual learning resources, what are the things that we would expect students to be doing at home? And then that fourth bullet about what would be different ideas that students could show evidence of their learning. And obviously that looks really different for a kindergarten student versus a student taking a calculus class, not only with the different tools that they have available, but also with the types of activities that we're providing for them. So I'm going to click over and show you our teacher hub. So this is a snapshot of our elementary teacher hub. So you'll see down on the left where it says phase 1. So that was our original phase 1 document that was provided for teachers. And then you'll see the phase 2 document listed there, and you have kind of that honeycomb look. So we have each of our elementary grades listed there, and then the resources in English and Spanish. So we're going to pretend like this is a live link, and we're going to click in then to 2nd grade and look at one of our 2nd grade documents. So this is a 2nd grade science document. You'll see the title of the unit that they're in right now is called Rev It Up, and that they're learning about thermal energy during the week of April 6th through 10th. So then in the grid, you'll see the learning target for the teacher, some supporting information for the teacher, as well as information that the teachers may want to share with parents. The curriculum teams then lined out different learning experiences using both high-tech and low-tech options, and then different ideas for how kids could show their learning using what they had experienced through the week. You'll notice up at the top, it says that our recommendation is for teachers to choose 1 to 2 activities per week, giving students choice in which activities they select. So we're trying to provide multiple resources for the teachers, and then the teachers know their students and they know their families, and this allows them to kind of customize the experience. So this is just a quick snapshot. The way that the elementary documents are lined out is that whenever you click on a grade level, all 4 of the core content areas are listed in one document, because the majority of our elementary teachers teach more than one content area. So before we move on to secondary, do you have any questions about what you see here with elementary?
That's great. Thank you so much.
Sure. So we'll click over and we'll look at secondary, which has a little bit different look to it. So again, this is the teacher hub for secondary. So you'll see that phase 1 document on the left and the phase 2 document there in the middle. And you'll see that theirs looks more like a matrix. So secondary, of course, has many more courses than our elementary campuses do. And this allows teachers to click specifically on their course, because in secondary, typically teachers are teaching just 1 or 2 courses as opposed to needing something for an entire grade level. So we're going to click in and look at Algebra 2 as an example. And you'll see in Algebra 2 that they're working on exponential and logarithmic functions and equations, which of course is our favorite unit of study in Algebra 2. You'll see the learning targets listed there, and you'll see that part of the learning targets have a strike through in them, which means either they're not a part of the learning for this week because they've already taught it, or it might be coming up in the future. You'll see the resources that are listed there, the learning experiences that are recommended, and then different ways that they could extend the learning for students as well in Algebra 2. So all of our documents have kind of this same look to them. We thought that that would be really important, especially for our teachers and our leaders who are going to need to access multiple areas of curriculum. So thinking about our instructional coaches who are supporting teachers in all of the curriculum areas, our principals, as well as our special program staff who might be collaborating with multiple teachers. Any questions about our secondary document? Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Kimberly because everything that I've shown you so far is specific to the general education approach. And Kimberly Waltman is our new Executive Director for Special Programs and Services, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about their approach that they've taken.
Hello, thank you for having me tonight. I'm excited to share all of the great things that are happening within the Special Programs Department, but I could not start without giving a shout out to our 504 coordinators, our special ed teachers, our instructional assistants. They have worked countless hours to meet the individual needs of our students. So part of the information I'm going to share is going to talk about these 4 items listed. I want to start with communication and partnerships with our families, which is very important right now. Our staff is diligently maintaining regular communication with our parents. That is either via email or phone calls. We are continuing our 504 and our ARD meetings virtually so that we can continue to make great decisions for kids and partner with our families. We are continuing our collaboration with our parent groups, and we're holding parent support groups. One example is next Tuesday night, we have an autism parent support group just to help navigate this new time with our families. And we are also working to continue conversations with our parent group and look at options to still hold the parent conference that was scheduled for March that we had to push back just a little bit. We want to make sure that our families still have the resources that they need while we're doing distance learning. And also, as you'll hear Susan talk about just in a little bit, we have provided some additional resources on the Parent Hub for special programs. With our lesson plans, as Jennifer just talked about, we are using those general ed curriculum documents as a start, but our staff has put in, as I mentioned before, many hours to analyze IEPs and 504 plans so that they could create individualized lesson plans that are sent weekly to each family. So they are taking the students' either 504 accommodations, dyslexia learning plans, or the students' IEP goals, and they are breaking those down to create lessons that are manageable at home for the week. Our staff is going above and beyond in creating these lesson plans and activities, and they're in constant collaboration with related services and our general education staff. I do have a couple of examples to show this evening. Our first one is a third grade example. I do want to point out that this just focuses on reading and writing. The other part of this lesson plan does include all of the other subjects, but for sample's sake, just wanted to put an example out here. We are staggering content areas. So you'll notice in this lesson plan, it has the subject areas, it has the IEP goals and the TEKS that are assessed, and then those weekly learning targets that are pulled from the curriculum documents as well as our students' individualized plans. You'll see on Monday that there are materials and activities provided, but then on Tuesday, they're either repeating Monday or you might see that there isn't an activity included. But if you were to look at the math lesson plan, there would be an activity for Tuesday. So we're staggering those. We recognize that we are all navigating new times at home and supporting our students. So we want to make sure that we have a balance in that meaningful learning, but also a manageable workload for our students and our families. Also on this one document, you can see that we have our related services support and how those are being scheduled individually with our related services providers, as well as some additional instructional supports and accommodations that our families can utilize while they are working through these lesson plans. Our second example is a secondary example. So I mentioned that our staff was going above and beyond to individualize learning plans for our students. We gave a template, which is what you saw in the third grade example, but the secondary example, this teacher put it all into one document and really included some additional information on some additional slides to support families and make sure that they have the resources that they need at home. So here again, we're including related services, a one-stop shop for our families to help reduce the amount of communication and emails that they're getting flooded with all of the different teachers in communicating. A lot of the activities that our families are able to access is through Google Classroom, which is a platform that many of our secondary students are already used to. You know, we want to make sure that we are eliminating some barriers or trying to keep those barriers from rising if we are adding a lot of new technology at home. So we're trying to keep it to resources that our students are already used to. I mentioned that related services, they are included in the lesson plans. They're being scheduled individually. Some of those will be synchronous through Zoom or Google Hangouts Meet, but also they will be done asynchronously as well through learning activities that are sent home from our specialists. Throughout this entire process, all of this planning, their general education and special programs teachers are at the same table, making sure that they are having conversations about what students need and coming up with activities that families can do at home to continue learning for our students in special programs. We are having several team meetings. We're having job-alike discussions. Our coordinators are meeting regularly with our team leaders to make sure that our campuses have the supports that they need in all of this planning. This is a big job for our special programs teachers. Being a teacher for special programs is already very difficult, as you know, they have students with a variety of needs. And so moving that virtually has been quite the task, but they are owning it. They are problem solving together and really rising to the occasion to support each other during this time. Any questions for me before I turn it over to Susan Cole?
Yeah, quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Kimberly, are your parents as well? I mean, parents in special programs, they'll get the survey as well that Matt was talking about. It's going to hit all of our population.
Yes, it absolutely will.
Excellent. Jim?
So very much appreciate the Herculean effort. Special educators in particular, I think have additional challenges, right? Give me a sense of what the biggest challenge y'all are facing, and is what support are you lacking or needing from the board to see this through?
At this time, looking at all of the individualized lesson plans or IEPs for our students, whether that be a 504 plan or IEP plan, accommodations, related services, it is very, very time consuming for our staff to create these individualized lesson plans so quickly. They are doing a great job. They are collaborating well, but it is very time consuming to make sure that we are following TEA guidance. TEA puts out new guidance just about weekly on new things that we need to provide for our families. And so we are being very diligent and careful to make sure that we are abiding by that, as well as meeting our students' needs along the way. So that is quite the task for our teachers to make sure that we're communicating effectively and that we are putting meaningful activities in place for our students. We have several students with special needs within our system, and so it's taking a long time right now to get all of those plans in place. I know that will become more efficient and will be better for our teachers as we come up with great processes, as we start to learn from each other and tweak our systems. We'll also be using the feedback from the surveys that we receive to make sure that we're taking that into account to meet the needs of our families. And so I think from the board, just continued support, continued opportunities to communicate the work that we're doing, continued shout outs to our staff. You know, they have turned the system upside down and are moving forward and really loving being back with their students. And this was not an easy task for any teacher, but especially a teacher that works in special programs.
Kimberly?
And I'm sorry, just a quick follow-up. And I know that we have counseling support available, right? Are we doing any of that proactively for our special educators, as opposed to saying, hey, this is out here if you need it? Are we proactively reaching out and letting folks know how much we truly see them and appreciate the phenomenal lift that they're tasked with right now?
Yes, we are proactively putting out some resources for our families to use. But in addition, our related services providers, our LSSPs, our school counselors even are making sure that they're checking in with our students that they know they were already supporting quite extensively before we went remote. They are making sure to maintain those connections. They're also reaching out to families and checking in along the way. This is not just one person doing all of the communicating and checking in. We are hearing from our families that they're getting so many check-ins and communications that it's almost overwhelming at this point. And so we're working together as we are streamlining our processes. But yes, we are reaching out to families and checking in along the way.
Okay, and just a final question. If a special education parent has a concern, typically they would go to the teacher, to the campus. Is that still the model, or is there a more efficient route for communicating any needs or concerns on the part of the parents?
Our point of contact is absolutely the teacher, as they know the student the absolute best. Every student has a tracking teacher or a 504 case manager or the 504 coordinator, and so they should reach out to their tracking teacher or the coordinator. They're always welcome to reach out to any of their grade level teachers as well. So that's always the first point of contact. Principals are more than happy to help, as well as coordinators and myself. So yes, start with the teacher level, but please let us know if we can continue to support.
Awesome. And again, thank you so much for the job y'all are doing.
Note to the board, thank you for approving Kimberly.
Kimberly, I do have a question about the IAs, because when we would do visits, IAs were such an integral part. In this new environment, are you still able to access IAs? Do we need to do something there? Or I guess, how is our resource need in this area? I mean, do y'all have a need that the board needs to consider?
We are absolutely utilizing our instructional assistants. We've created a guidance document for our tracking teachers as well as our IAs along the way. During this time, they are participating in PLCs. We know that during this time when our teachers are planning for content, our tracking teachers cannot be in every single one of those Zoom meetings every single week. And so our instructional assistants are participating in those planning conversations. They are doing some of the behind the scenes paperwork preparation, as I mentioned before, with the TEA guidance that we're receiving. They are participating in student Zooms. Part of a Zoom feature is that they can break out into breakout rooms. And so instructional assistants can help do some small group instruction there. And we've also provided some additional training opportunities for them to participate in over this time. We are always needing some time to get instructional assistants some additional training. So we have provided a whole list of resources, and they can go and select and choose areas that they feel like they need some growth in or some reminders. So there are lots of ways that our instructional assistants are being utilized. We also had several that did not have a device. And so we worked with our technology team and principals to make sure that if they did not have a device at home, that we got devices in their hands so that they were able to support our students as well.
Matt, I know that our teachers have started strong and had lots of communications with our parents. Is the district setting up some district-wide boundaries so teachers know they don't need to be on call 24 hours so they can also take care of their own families?
That is a great question, Grace. And I was just kind of thinking to myself, we should have maybe included a sample of like the high school daily routine, and maybe we can bring that to you next time. But they set up some office hours, and so those are the times when they would be communicating with with where a student would get a hold of them or a parent. The other thing is that's one of the reasons why we went with the asynchronous learning. So not only is it really flexible for the families as far as the teacher recording themselves, and then a student can watch it when they're able to. we do have, you know, we're getting emails every day from families. We have a mom who is in the healthcare field, actually one of the first responders, and she's a single mother and she's working, and her son, who's a 15-year-old in our system, is taking care of her 9-month-old child because the daycare closed. And so he's doing his work in the evenings, but he's able to because of the setup. Now we're trying to work through some special compensation for some of the not compensation, but like some special arrangements for the office hours. But just an example of the challenges our families are going through. But absolutely, one of the first things we realized is if we don't set some parameters, our teachers may think that they are on call 24/7 for any type of communication. So absolutely.
Okay, I will hand it over to Susan Cole, our Executive Director of Instruction and Professional Learning.
Great, thank you. And good evening. This is the last segment of this presentation. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the Remote Learning Parent Hub website. We're really excited to offer this as a resource to our families. And just so you know, this site was designed to provide supplemental academic and student mental health and wellness resources. So notice that it's supplemental. A big shout out to my team that put this together, but really even bigger shout out to the whole teaching and learning department, because it took a village to really vet different resources and streamline those so that we put the very best things on this site and it didn't get too cumbersome for our families. So this is the main page you're seeing here. And notice the topics that you can click on and go deeper into are technology help, health and wellness, content area resources, special programs, and creativity and exploration. The content area resources there in the middle, that is in Spanish and English, and it is additional ideas for after students have already engaged in the learning experiences shared by their teacher. We know that we've had some parents reach out and say they want more, and this is a place that they can find that. So if you, just to go a little bit deeper, if you click on creativity and exploration, it takes you to what it looks like, and you can see it goes a little deeper. It's the arts, reading and research, STEM and makerspace, virtual field trips. And, you know, when you do click on those, which we won't do today because it's not live, but you have this, you can see like 6 or 7 different areas in each of these to go deeper. I know the other day, Dr. Bentz was taking a virtual field trip. He was really excited about it.
The International Space Station, it was awesome. We really don't get out much these days, you know what I mean?
Another one you can click on is the health and wellness. And if you click on that, you can see that some of the areas are family connections, physical activity and wellness, social emotional supports. For example, the social emotional, I know Dr. Gearing spoke about that a little bit earlier. Our counseling group are putting resources up here that our counselors create weekly. So this week it was about mindfulness, intro to mindfulness. Next week it'll be about adapting to change, and really great resources for our families. So excited to have that now live. It rolled out a week ago, I guess on Monday, and it is on our district website and other places. Any questions on that?
I just want to say we've used the resource in our house. Thank you so much.
Yay!
So when my son has kind of gone through some of the assignments quickly, I set him up when I saw this go up, and I told him, okay, I want you to go explore the links and go show me the ones when I tell you I need you to fill time that you can go use. And so I made him go look at all the different links and figure out which ones he could use. And then he showed me them. And so now we know when I want him to do a little more extra work because mom has another conference call, I'll tell him, okay, go visit the links. Those have been very helpful. Thank y'all so much for doing that.
Thank you for the feedback.
Matt, does that wrap us up?
Thank you so much for your time, everybody.
Great job, guys.
Great, great, great. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, thank you. All right, operations, you'll notice the triple bell schedule will actually be in our May meeting, and we'll have discussion and action in May. But administration wants to give us, I guess, a pre-discussion, and that won't be, though, to our next meeting, and it'll be just a discussion at that time. I think it's kind of preliminary, getting our feet kind of back in the water. Remember, though, month of May, more discussion and more action items. All right, for the next part, operations, business, and finance department. Elaine, we have the monthly financial report, the monthly investment report, and monthly tax collection report. Do you have any information you wanted to present on those?
Not specifically. Those reports are as of the end of February, which seems like a lifetime ago. And so they were trending as typical. And so as we move into preparing those same documents for March and April, be pointing out any changes that result from that. The only thing on the investment report that I would point out at this point is you'll notice a lot of those investments have really good rates compared to the current rate environment. And so as those investments mature, you will not be seeing them being replaced with anything close to those rates that we were earning, and that's going to lead to the ultimate decline in interest income. So those reports seem irrelevant at this point.
Board members, any questions on those? All right, I'll rely on Dr. Gehring and board members' extra set of eyes. I think we have covered all of the agenda but closed.
I believe that is true, Madam President.
All right, well, I tell you what then, everybody, let's go ahead and go there. All right, let me go find my script because I have to read the script very carefully. It is 9:50 p.m. and the board is now going into closed sessions for the purposes permitted by the Texas Government Code, including Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter, Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers, Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more individual students will be disclosed, Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, consider of term, probationary, non-chapter 21 employment contract renewals for administration teachers and other professional educators, and Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of the Canyon Ridge Middle School principal, Texas Government Code 551.074, superintendent's formative evaluation. I got those all in. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action pertaining to closed session agenda items will actually be taken when the board returns to open session. And with that, everybody, you'll be looking for a little invite to come up on your screen to invite us to move over to closed session. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not everybody's left the breakout room yet. Here we go. 5, 6. Oh, 7. I wasn't counting myself. Okay. All right. So it is now 11:11 p.m. and we are coming back into open session. Don't get too excited because board members will have to go back. So Laura Lynn will need you to help us and give us a room, the ability to go back into closed to have more discussions. But we wanted to come out at this point to cover any action items that were pursuant to closed session.
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2019-20 school year.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries unanimously.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021 school year.
I'll second.
Motion from Grace, second from Jim again. All those in favor? 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes unanimously. All right, I think that takes care of the motions. Now, a little bit of whiplash, I guess. It is 11:13 p.m. and the board is going to go back into closed session for the purposes permitted by the Texas Government Code, including Texas Government Code 551.074, Superintendent Formative Evaluation. No action will be taken in closed session. Or we have to return open session. We will return open session after those conversations. We'll move over to closed session, take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and have our discussions. Yep, we gotta wait for. All right, thank you very much. I need to go ahead and say we're back and open, or was that already in there? We have that. Yeah, we do. All right, so we are getting ready to go back into closed, which I did say for Texas Government Code 551.07 for the superintendent formative evaluation. There will be no action in closed, so we will not be having any more discussions in open other than once we get done with closed, we're coming to adjourn and open, and that's all we'll be doing. Does that cover it, Sean? Okay, there you go.